Okay. Hey, everybody. It's Deck Tech time. We've got at least two for you for today. There's two pretty drastically different different decks. The first one for today is a Derevi Imperial Tactician deck built by Jesus, and it's we'll go over the commander first, and then we'll talk about what's going on here. So, Derevi, pretty well-known commander, a green, a white, and a blue for a 2/3 flyer. When it enters, or a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you can tap or untap a permanent, and for 4 mana, you can put it directly onto the battlefield from the command zone. An ability that many people have felt was a design mistake. Probably was. So, if you've been following along here, Jesus has been building a deck inspired by each member of the decked out team, and this is the final one in the series. This is the Airball MTG inspired deck, which I also thought would be the most difficult. So, with this deck build, we're looking for a deck in the style of Airball, and we'll go over some of the choices that I think are appropriate and how could we possibly make this more Airball-y. But we'll start with the obvious one, which is all the way down here in the lands. It always had to be a Lotus Field deck. A deck that can use this land to do terrible things for hours on end in one turn to hopefully win the game. Lotus Field is hex-proof, so it's hard to interact with. It taps for 3 mana, and the main reason that an Airball deck would have this in it is because he plays a lot of 60-card constructed, and maybe one of his favorite decks, and maybe his most favorite deck is Pioneer Lotus Field, a combo deck involving tapping and untapping Lotus Field to produce a ton of mana to fuel a bunch of spells that all result in a win in one turn. So I wanted to also point out, and Jesus is reminding me here as well, there's also a Lotus Veil here. This card is significantly worse than Lotus Field because you can't sacrifice tapped lands, and it doesn't have hexproof, so it is subject to being destroyed. But the deck needs one of these pieces, and in 60 card, it's much easier to have your 4 copies of Lotus Field and find 1 or 2 of those than it is in Commander with your single copy. So It is certainly Lotus Field at home, but we'll work with it. Yeah. Hey, Matty Cakes, thank you for the prime. Yes, auga. Okay, so while we're down here in the lands, let's point out some other significant lands. So we have we want Lotus Field, but the more copies of Lotus Field that we can get onto the board, the better. We have Vesuva, which can enter as a copy of Lotus Field. We have Thespian Stage, which can become a copy of Lotus Field, which also conveniently dodges the enter the battlefield, sacrifice 2 lands thing. We have Teleria West, which can be transmuted for Lotus Field. We have in a pinch, like Shifting Woodland can become a Lotus Field if some things have gone terribly wrong and it ended up in your graveyard. And then I think the other significant one here was Deserted Temple, which can untap a land, which means you are untapping your Lotus Field, making another 3 mana. And Urza's Cave, which can also search for Lotus Field. This one feels particularly rough because you've paid 3 mana and sacrificed Urza's Cave to put Lotus Field onto the board, which would then comes in tapped and needs to sacrifice 2 more lands. but that's okay because this is what our deck is based around. We have a Jace Wielder of Mysteries as one of our possible ways to win the game. Because with the Lotus Field and untapping it multiple times, we are making a bunch of mana which can be converted into a Jace win via cards like, where are you? Like Pull from Tomorrow or Blue Sun Zenith to draw yourself out. We're lighter on creatures because there aren't a lot of creatures that help us to untap the Lotus Field or do things that we're concerned about, like finding combo pieces. But Magus of the Candelabra, Voyaging Satyr, Kelpie Guide, Vizier of Tumbling Sands, which is played in the Pioneer deck, Kior's Follower, all of these things untap Lotus Field and allow you to be able to use that mana the same turn that you play the Lotus Field, making it a little harder for your opponents to be prepared for it. Strict Proctor is also a piece in one of the Lotus Field decks in Pioneer because its ability taxes each triggered ability, each ETB triggered ability. So you can just not pay the extra 2 mana tax for your Lotus Field, and it doesn't have to sacrifice any lands. Beautiful. We also have some very fair and balanced cards like Cloud of Fairies and Peregrine Drake, which untap lands when they enter. We have a little card draw with Fairy Mastermind, Archmage Emeritus. Also ways to get more cards with Lear. This card also played in some of the Lotus Field decks. Sowing Microspawn is nice. We'll see some other effects like this that search for lands, put them onto the battlefield. And then I think pretty much everything falls into those categories. Either we're untapping, we are drawing cards, or we're searching for Lotus Field. Ramunap Excavator is also in here because you are putting some lands into the graveyard when Lotus Field enters. All right, our sorceries and instants are going to be a pile of like cards that dig through our deck, like Preordained, Treasure Cruise, Serum Visions, actual Dig Through Time. We're also going to have a bunch of tutory kind of cards. We have ones for lands like Temp with Discovery, Sylvan Scrying, Reap and Sow, Pier's Whim, all to be able to locate Lotus Field. And then we do have a couple other tutors like Nature's Rhythm and Eladamri's Call to find relevant pieces. It's kind of cute that that like an Eladamri's Call can still tutor up like Vizier of Tumbling Sands that can cycle to untap Lotus Field. There's some cute inclusions here as well, like realm sketching, to be able to copy a Lotus Field that you have in play. We see one of the other ways that the deck can win with Approach of the Second Sun. And we do have Approach and Narset's Reversal combo. Because if you cast Approach the Second Sun, you Narset's Reversal it goes back to your hand, and you it sees that you've cast a spell from your hand called Approach of the Second Sun. So you can cast the other one and win. Now one of the other, because like one of the things that the Lotus Field decks will do depending on the build is also stifle the trigger that forces you to discard 2 cards when it enters. So you're like, you lose another card, but you're not losing lands, so it's a big boost in mana. So we have Stifle, we have Consigned to Memory. I think those are the ones. Those are the. Yeah, because obviously it wouldn't be sorceries. So yeah, you can play the Lotus Field, stifle the trigger, and you have just put 3 mana onto the board. Artifacts, search for land. Yup. Ramp. Mirage Mirror, also cute for 2 mana, turns into a Lotus Field, which then taps for 3. And is can be untapped by most of the things there. Enchantments, another nice one. Copy land to copy the Lotus Field. Freed from the Real is here because if we get weird with it, you can put that onto something like Voyaging Satyr and then go infinite. Tap your Lotus Field for 3 mana, pay 1 of that mana to untap Voyaging Satyr, tap Voyaging Satyr to untap Lotus Field, and then boom. Trouble in Pairs is a good card, draws a bunch of cards. And then also Omniscience is here because this is very definitely an airball card as well. Some of the Lotus Field decks will use this as part of the winning combo, which we weirdly can't play here. Because Emergent Ultimatum is usually the card is one of the cards they go for because it can pull a combination of 3 cards to just win the game. But we can't do those in these colors. But we'll go over kind of how it's compensated for. Okay. So we'll start with some individual stuff, and then I'm going to go over an overarching question for you all on building a deck like this. So for me, if we have some of these cards like Stifle to counter the trigger for Lotus Field. And in like the Pioneer decks, in the 60 card decks, these are it's more relevant because of how consistently you have Lotus Field and the fact that you have multiple copies. I think we have to have some of these effects in here, but I would prefer for those to be on some other cards. We have a couple things that have extra utility that can still do this. Here's one that I think absolutely should be in the deck. Discontinuity is 6 mana to end the turn, but as long as it's your turn, it costs 2 because it costs 4 less. This should be in here because 1, it is played in the Pioneer Lotus Field decks. Not all of them. It's I think more often played in the blue-white version, but you can play your Lotus Field, the trigger goes on the stack, and then you just end your own turn for 2 mana, saving those lands because your trigger just, poof, goes off the stack. It then, if you've already got your Lotus Field going, you can use this on another player's turn as like a super counter spell, super fog, whatever you want. You just totally end their turn. I would definitely love to see this here. You could also think about Tail's End, which I believe has seen some play in some of those decks as well. Counter target activated, triggered ability, or legendary spell. So now you've got, it can do everything that Stifle can do, but has some pretty significant additional upside of like, this just counters any commander. And also nowadays, half the spells in any commander deck. So for me, I would want these for sure over Stifle. Consigned to Memory has additional utility because it can stop a lot of things that would be harder to stop otherwise from opponents because of the replicate ability. But yeah, I'd love to see those ways to set up Lotus Field with the extra utility. As I was playtesting this deck, it really is just like, can you get a Lotus Field out? Great, you're going to be in good shape. Do you struggle to find it? the deck doesn't work, which is in the spirit of Lotus Field. But I would want even more ways to find it. So like a simple one, we just had world map printed, which is just expedition map for 1 extra mana that can find a basic if you need it in a pinch. I would want that. Yeah. Oh, there was one other stifle. There we go. That's the other one. Okay. I would also want this over stifle, repudiate, replicate. The left half is counter an activated or triggered ability, and the right half is make a token that's a copy of a creature you control. Same reason, just extra utility, so those cards aren't quite so dead in your hand. I struggled to figure out exactly how this deck would win consistently. So let's say that we're consistently able to get out Lotus Field and start doing Lotus Field stuff. We've got it on board, we're tapping and untapping, making a bunch of mana. You could, like, Blue Sun Zenith each player, but that is hard to do if you're not making infinite mana. If you're just making a lot of mana, I don't know that this is a reliable way to, like, mill out our opponents. Like, we can go infinite in the deck, so that's doable. We have Approach the Second Sun. This is reasonable. And is a way that a lot of the actual, like, 60 card Lotus Field decks will win. And then we have Jace. I even just goldfishing this thing. I had trouble converting into a win. So I would want just a little extra here. I think having extra copies of the Jace lab man effect is helpful. And also, it's nice because the Lab Man is searchable off of Nature's Rhythm and off of Eladamri's Call, where Jace is not. So I think you for sure want the Lab Man in here, and if you wanted to go like Thassa's Oracle, sure. The other one, is Finales. This seems ideal for this deck because we already know that we're happy to run cards like Pull from Tomorrow, Blue Sun Zenith to draw ourselves a big chunk of cards to continue going off. Finale of Revelation is on rate with those cards, to be able to draw us a bunch of cards. But if we can spend 10 or more on X, we also untap up to 5 lands, like Lotus Field. So I would want something like this here. And then it does mean that maybe over Nature's Rhythm, I just want Finale of Devastation. So same rate. The difference is Nature's Rhythm can tutor 2 creatures. Finale of Devastation also kind of gives us a win condition. Like it allows us to actually convert some creatures into damage. I didn't find myself needing to tutor multiple creatures. Yeah. Wargate Schultz, yes, that also would be super cute especially because of flexibility. So this is 3 mana and X to tutor any permanent into play. And you can just X is 0 for Lotus Field. All right. Um. Oh, the. I feel like this was if this is an airball deck, even though it is a Lotus Field focus deck, I feel like no, like an airball deck is not complete without a Teferi Hero of Dominaria, because he's a big control player. Uh, this is in a lot of decks that he plays as well, and it does untap lands, not exactly when you want if you're trying to combo off, but it has some synergy with the deck, and it is a very airball card. So I would include this. I have two others. I think I would run Stock Up here. Oh my god, that's a $15 card. Woo! Well, if you can always head to one of our sponsors like CoolStuffInc.com to pick up your stock ups while you can. So I mean, this card is just really good. We're happy already to run stuff like Serum Visions, Preordained, Shimmer Possibility. This is just like so good, and is run in a lot of the Lotus Field 60 card decks. All right. Before we continue, I have this question for everyone. With a deck like this, where the game plan is to get a Lotus Field into play and then use that to take an extraordinarily long turn in which we will either win or fizzle out and the deck does not do anything else, what bracket do you think that it is in? Because currently, this was built as a bracket 2, which I think was intentional. Jesus, you can tell me if I'm correct on this. This was intentionally built as a bracket 2 to play with the other decks for like that were inspired by the team. Now Moxfield is putting this into bracket 3 because of the number of tutors. I don't know that I would agree with that. I think that this is more of this is a bracket 2 deck as I think this fits within the confines of bracket 2 per the like definitions of those, because 6 tutors is like maybe on the line for me for like many tutors, and also we added 2 of them, so like really it's like if we because yeah, this is counting our added Wargate and added Finale of Devastation. So I think if we yoink those, it probably drops it back down to bracket 2. But do you think that that is a bracket 2 strategy where you are trying to get your combo set up, and then non-deterministically combo off to win or to fizzle? Hello, Zombie Killer. Hokage, you say it heavily depends on how many turns on average it takes to do its thing. Could hover between a 2 and a 3. Let's estimate that it can. I think it can realistically do this turns like as early as turn 4 with a real good setup, but consistently between turns like 5 and 7. Because I think determining what bracket this strategy should be helps us to choose what cards we should be adding and removing from a deck like this. Because if I were to continue with a bracket 2 like build of this deck, we I think we would take a slightly different approach. Yeah. Now, I see you say it depends on what other decks in whatever bracket you think would be equipped to interact with it, and I let's expand on that, because the card that the deck is built around is a hexproof land. So I think I think that a lot of decks are not equipped to deal with what it can do. Nothing in bracket 2 touches this. Very few things in bracket 3 touch this. It is not until you get to bracket 4 that you have cards that can directly interact with Lotus Field that people are actually running. So I asked you this question because my instinct was this is not a bracket 2 vibe, if that makes sense. I think this strategy fits much better for bracket 3 or higher, because even if you do your thing reasonable, let's say you don't win until like turn 7, but you're going to take a long turn of going, all right, tap Lotus Field for 3 mana, cycle Vizier of Tumbling Sands, untap that, draw a card. Okay, so I have 1 mana floating. Hold on, let me track 3 colors of mana. Okay, then I'm going to tap Lotus Field and activate Thespian Sage, make a copy of that. So I have one blue and 1 green. Okay, I'm going to use those 2 to play a Hidden Strings, untap those. All right, wait, our storm count currently is like, I think this fits better as a bracket 3 deck. So that also opens you up to being able to play like crop rotation, to go a little heavier on tutors, and to be able to feel okay running end the game combos. Hello, Saritha. I just think I think this type of strategy fits better for bracket 3 and up. So that said, here are some other cards that I think would fit this deck very well, with that mindset. This card, which is illegal. This is a legal card to play. We have all of the other cards that untap lands as part, like this Urza's block broken mechanic. Time Spiral is just exactly what you want. Like play your hand out to make a bunch of mana, play Time Spiral, refill your hand, untap 6 lands. Good God. I would also be playing Treachery. I think those are the only 2 out of all the cards that untap when they enter that we're missing. And also, this is just a generically powerful ability. I think you would want those. Okay. Hear me out. I also think you run Tooth and Nail here. Or something similar, because in the spirit of the Lotus Field decks that the Airball is playing in other format, in Pioneer essentially, you are trying to put together a win the game combo, and that is often happening by casting a single big spell like Emergent Ultimatum, but you can't run that in these colors. So I think that Tooth and Nail does a good job, like it puts on its best Emergent Ultimatum as, hey, here's big spell that allows you to win game. You would have to figure out what your combo is, but it also allows you to search up like Lear to continue going off, to search up like Peregrine Drake to untap more mana. I think this is just like this is what this kind of deck wants. And I would feel okay running this in a bracket 3 deck. Otherwise, I think this deck is pretty solid. I think it really evokes the like feel of Pioneer Lotus Field decks. It runs a lot of cards that Airball would be very happy with. But our challenge here, if you I don't know if you could, I think we've got some stuff blocking it currently. This started with I think 106 cards. So the big thing is, what would we cut here? Here are my cuts, or at least changes. I think this Delighted Halfling is better as a Birds of Paradise. We are a 3-color deck, and we don't have that many things that are legendary. I think the colored mana will be pretty important. I would cut this Fairy Mastermind. It is a good card. I think it is a card that Airball would run in some 60-card decks, but I don't know that it quite does what we're looking for here. Because we can pay 4 mana to draw everybody a card, but that's not a great rate. And it is a reactive tool to draw cards when other people are doing things. And I think most often, when we are ready to draw cards, we want them now. I think I'd be good to cut this as card that is good but does not necessarily fit what we're trying to do. I would cut Ramanap Excavator. This does have synergy with the deck because Lotus Field sacrifices 2 lands, but I don't know that we ever need those lands. It gives you kind of a safety valve if somehow your Lotus Field has made it to the graveyard, but I think that some serious issues have happened if your Lotus Field somehow ends up in the graveyard. And we've even seen that there are outs to that, like using Shifting Woodland and stuff. I think this doesn't have enough synergy with the deck. We're not even running fetches in this deck, which is fine. But there'd be more of an argument to keep this if there were fetch lands. I also don't think we need this Nyx Bloom Ancient. It does mean that our Lotus Field taps for 9 mana. And maybe this is a little more reasonable if we're running the Tooth and Nail. But I think if we're actually able to, if we get our Lotus Field thing going, we won't need this. Moving on. Glimpse the Future. We have some of these cards that are like looking at the top couple cards of our library, and then we get one of them. I just think this is the weakest of them. We have like Pre-Adorned Serum Visions gets us a card and some Scry for 1 mana, or like Shimmer of Possibility and Impulse that are able to look at 4 cards for 2 mana. But this is only looking at 3 for 3 mana. So I would drop that. For sure replace it with Stock Up, but maybe just drop it altogether. I would drop this Replication Technique. I see what we're trying to do. We're trying to make a copy of Lotus Field. But for 5 mana, I'm not hot on it. I think we have enough ways to make Lotus Field copies. And I think the deck functions okay if you have 1 copy. It functions just as well as you need if you can make 2 copies. Like if you can make the single copy. So I think this is just the least efficient of an effect that we have enough of. Let's see. Moving down, like I said, I think we cut Stifle for any of the other things that we were looking at, just because this is very narrow. And also, typically, just think about the gameplay of Lotus Field. You need to sacrifice 2 lands. So we're playing this ideally on turn 3. So if you go float 2 mana, play Lotus Field, you know you've got 2 mana to spend on that turn. It doesn't matter that Stifle costs 1 less. Do we like Planar Genesis over Shimmer? Maybe. I think it depends on how many... I forget how many cards this looks at. It probably is also 4, right? Yeah, look at 4. Either put a land into play tapped or put 1 into your hand. I mean, like, yeah, that is just a strict upgrade to this because you have the option to put a land to put a land in. I like that. I like that upgrade for sure. What else was I looking at here? Looking at my notes. Let's see. Oh, weirdly enough, I also cut Trouble in Pairs for the same reason that I cut Fairy Mastermind. Because those cards are good if the game goes for some time, or they're even more powerful like in higher brackets because players are just simply doing more. But I think if we're in bracket 3 here, we are trying to combo off relatively quickly. I don't think that this is as valuable as putting like an untapper on the board or something like that. And I don't think we end up drawing enough cards from it to make up for what we lose. Okay, what else? What else did I have on the chopping block? Yeah, there's the reality chip here. This does produce some really good card advantage. And I was conflicted on this. Like, the card advantage is strong. But it needs another creature to be on the board for it to function. And we don't necessarily... We can't do that consistently. We've only got a couple creatures. We do have a commander. And what's nice about this is it splits the cost of the effect. Like you can put it on the board for 2, and then it just reconfigures for 3. But I felt myself liking drawing cards in big chunks better. What else did I have? I need to actually ask Airball his opinion on Mind's Desire. Because I think this card fits kind of what the deck's doing, but of course in Commander, this is much higher variance than it would be in 60 card constructed. And so it's really hard for me. It's been hard for me to gauge how effective this card is in this deck. My instinct is that you would cut it. Especially since if we're adding cards that do a better job of ending the game, dropping 6 for this to possibly whiff on these, I think is tricky. Uh, yeah. I think you could probably just cut also some again some of the weaker versions of these effects, like strategic planning is sorcery speed and looks at 3 cards. Yeah, I will say that the cuts were difficult because this deck is sneakily hard to balance. Um oh, at the I might cut the rocks, but at the least I would replace them with I would replace them with land ramp, because we do have a lot of cards that care about untapping lands. I guess I shouldn't point to one that I added specifically, but um, since Lotus Field itself is sacrificing 2 lands, you actually lose value on stuff like Frantic Search, because you may not have enough. Like you may be losing out on mana you could have had. So replacing these with like Nature's Lore and 3 visits is definitely better. Um, I was also conflicted on these spells, on Unwind and Rewind, because they do allow you to untap lands, but when the time that you want to be able to untap lands is when you're ready to combo off with Lotus Field. And these are reactive spells. So you could use them to like try to like counter your own spell to produce mana. But they're also not going to be great at protecting you from your opponent, like trying to stop your combo. Because at the time that you need to interact, if your opponent is smart, they will do it when you have less mana available. So I am down to cut Rewind for sure, and probably Unwind as well. Because the things that will be protecting you more are just cheaper counter spells. I think if your opponent tries to interact with you and you have 4 mana up, then they have missed their ideal opportunity. All right, so we added some cards to the deck. So I'm just gonna trim a couple that we like upgraded or replaced. So let's cut this Shimmer of Possibility. Let's cut this Nature's Rhythm. Let's see. I think we covered everything there. I'll cut the Consign to Memory because we added Tail's End Discontinuity. I'll cut one of these. I think the Thought Vessel is the least relevant here because it makes colorless mana, and the hand size doesn't really matter. We only need a bunch of cards in our hand for 1 turn, and ideally the game is over after that turn. But if it isn't, then we probably have played a bunch of those cards. Let's see. This seems pretty solid. Here, let's at least, I'm gonna run it one time for you. We are still at 104, but okay, let's see. This hand only has one land in it. We've got 3 lands here. We've got some ramp. I think we're pretty happy with this hand. So we would draw, play like a Bountiful Promenade. Let's actually think about this, because we have the option to play Noble Hierarch or Esper Sentinel. Hierarch allows us to play Derevi on the next turn, but that's not hugely helpful. I think here we'd be happy with Esper Sentinel on turn 1, and let's assume that our opponents are mostly responsible, and we draw 1 card off of it in that rotation. So then we draw for turn. We'll play Noble Hierarch. And a Meticulous Archive we will surveil. Mirage Mirror to the graveyard. And then draw like 1 more off of Esper Sentinel. And then draw for turn. Okay. Our struggle now is getting the cards that we need. We have like some ways to untap Lotus Field, but we don't have one. We have a piece of a winning combo, but we are a little stuck. So let's just do... We'll play like Hinterland Harbor. At the end of the turn before, we'll put Derevi onto the board. And let's say we've drawn 1 more off of this Esper and it's died. Oop. All right. Consult the Star Charts is going to have to hit real big here. Because we have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4. Land will be 5. Derevi attack. It can untap something. So let's just do this now. We'll tap all of these. Cast Consult for... Or, yeah, well, okay. I guess we do need to play our land first, don't we? We'll leave the Hierarch untapped. We'll play a Mistrise Village, tap all of these, consult, look at the top 4, and put 2 into hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Cool. Tempt can get us Lotus Field onto the board for the same amount that World Map would be putting it into our hand. So we'll take that and how about a Serum Visions? All right, these go to the bottom. We do that. Derevi swings in and untaps one of our lands. We have 2 left. We'll use 1 for a Serum Visions. We scry 2. We can get rid of both of those. All right. So I think if we can't combo off here, then this is struggle. This is what turn. This is turn 5. We draw a Leer. That's pretty good. We start off. We tap all of these for a Tempt with Discovery. Let's assume that nobody takes up our offer, and we only get to search for 1 land and put it onto the battlefield. Well, we know what that's going to be. Okay, there's our Lotus Field. Enters tapped, and we will get rid of 2 lands. Okay. We can play a land for turn. We'll go to combat. Derevi will swing and we'll untap Lotus Field. And then we'll go, so, and combat is done. We're going to float 3 mana, 3 blue, to cycle Vizier of Tumbling Sands, to draw a card and untap Lotus Field. So we have a blue left. So we go blue, 3. So for 5, we'll play a Peregrine Drake, untap these. Let's see, our graveyard right now, we have the Temple Discovery, Serum Visions, Consults. Tricky. We'll go tap Lotus Field again. For 5 mana, we'll play Leer. Then let's... Uh-oh. We're getting very close to not working out here. Maybe we can't cast Leer here. Tricky. Yeah, we might be out of luck here. If we go Leer, we've only got 2 mana left, and we don't have anything that untaps here. It feels like we're on the right track, though. All right. One last shot for this. We can't keep that. We'll go to second 7. Ooh, I like this. We have an Urza's Cave and Strict Proctor. So we'll go draw. Here's a tapped Sink into Stupor. Turn 2. Promenade. Proctor. Turn 3. Play a Darker Waste. And we'll stock up. Look at 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, let's just grab Dig and Consider. These go to the bottom. Okay, so that brings us to turn 4. So we play this Urza's Cave. At the end of the turn before, we'll sacrifice Urza's Cave and pay 3 and search for our Lotus Field, which comes in. Trigger gets countered because of this ability. And we draw. So this should be our combo turn. We have not played a land yet. So first, let's go tap 1 to 3 lands. So we've got 5 mana. We cast Frantic Search to untap these. So we have 2 mana floating. We'll use one of those for a Consider. We'll surveil this to the yard and draw. We'll play our land for turn. We've got 1 floating, so we'll use that for Serum Visions, Draw, and Scry 2, Copy Land, and Heritage Reclamation. We definitely bin this, and then Copy Land. I don't think we'll need, because we've got this Omniscience now. If we can produce 1 more mana somehow, then we're in really good shape. So let's tap for 3, play an Impulse, look at 4 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is all pretty bad. So I'll take the Freed from the Real, which I guess doesn't really do anything for us. Let's take the Expedition map. Put these on the bottom. We can now pay 2 for a dig through time and exile 1. Let's see, yeah, view all. We'll exile 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay, we'll look at 7 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh my god. 6, 7. All right, well, we'll take Wargate, I guess, and Cura's Follower. That was pretty rough. So now we got 2 mana. 2 mana, huh? I think we have also fizzled here. We'll play like this Cura's Follower and pass. All right, so here's what I'll say. I'm not the best pilot of this kind of thing, but I think just simply seeing what the gameplay is like, we have accomplished what we have accomplished the feel of this deck. And keep in mind, we still are a little bit over. We're still at 104 right now. I think this is a really good representation of the things we were going for here. A deck that is in the style of Airball, and one that evokes in a Lotus Field 60-card deck. And I think we've totally nailed this here. So, nicely done, Jesus. Let us now progress on to our second deck tech for today. And don't forget, everybody, if you are looking to get your deck tech done today, then you can always go to our Ko-fi link down there in the corner and donate $30, and we will add it to today's queue. Our second deck is a Phoenix God of Deception mill deck submitted by Tobias III. So Phoenix is butt mill. It's 5 mana for a 4/7 indestructible. Turns into a creature once you have 7 or more devotion to blue and black. And then creatures you control have tap target player mills equal to the creature's toughness. So we're looking for big butts and to mill our opponents out. So the note that we got from Tobias's submission was trying to find cards to cut while keeping focus around mill and stacks pieces. This deck is currently at 113 in the main deck. Summer, has Nerd Girl ever played a dedicated mill deck on the show? She has. I think she may have actually played this once on the show. She's played Captain Nagathrod as mill, and I want to say like maybe 1 or 2 more, but she definitely has, because we don't do mill decks very often on the show, but when we do, she usually calls them. All right, so let's take a look through this mill booty deck and then see what we can cut out of it to trim it down. Got 4 walkers. Jace mills a whole bunch. Savitri, I think, is mostly here because the +1 helps to dissuade players from attacking you, because creatures can't attack you or planeswalkers control unless their controller pays 2 life for each of those creatures. So that can be pretty brutal, and will hold off like the go wide players. We have Tasha, because there are a good number of ways in the deck to cast opponent spells from their graveyards, and we're naturally filling up opponents' graveyards, so she'll have stuff to pick from for her own abilities. And then a 6 mana Ashiok, because this can reanimate from anybody's graveyard and does mill everybody 2 cards when it pluses. We've only got 14 creatures, which seems a little low for a commander that gives our creatures a special ability, but the ones that are here are doozies. So there's ones that you would expect for any mill deck: Ruin Crab, Brewvac, Deep Muck Desperado is pretty solid. We have Zelix to make 1/1s every time that you mill someone. Then we have like some of the top end that you'd see for mill, like Consuming Aberration, which mills opponents whenever you cast spells. Nemesis of Reason mills a chunk. Sphinx Mindbreaker mills a chunk. And then Rexiel Risen Deep is one of those ways that you can cast stuff out of opponents' graveyards. But we also have butts. Unhallowed Phalanx it's got a 13 butt, so that means it mills a player 13 with Commander on board. Ancient One, for 2 mana, you get 8 butt. Like, that works. Sure, this thing can't attack or block unless there are 8 or more permanents in your graveyard, but who cares if it just taps to mill 8? I like Go-Go here because this can be used to copy one of our activations, especially if we get a big one. Riddle Keeper is here, another way to dissuade opponents from attacking us because it mills them if they do so. What is Undead Alchemist? If a zombie you control will deal combat damage to a player, instead that player puts that many from the top of their library into the graveyard. Whenever a creature put into opponent's graveyard from their library, exile and put a 2/2 zombie. Ooh. It's pretty solid. Yeah, I like that suggestion, Rob the Princess. I guess the upside for Zelix is it is whenever a player mills 1 or more creature cards, so it also is if you mill off of one of your effects, you get it. Even though we're not running very many, this does, yeah, it does make creatures for each creature card that was milled. That's pretty good. And it being a 2/2 rather than a 1/1 is extra mill from Phoenix's ability. We have also in Instant Sorcery a lot of classics we would see in mill decks, like Mind Funeral, Fractured Sanity, Psychic Drain, Mind Grind, Manic Cacophony, of course, for a big half mill, or Traumatize, Cut Your Losses. Also do that. We have the new Singularity Rupture, which mills half the library and destroys all creatures. Pretty ideal for this deck since we have a low creature count. Breach the Multiverse is just a good card that you can run in pretty much any deck with black, but it does also mill. Then instants give us a lot of interaction. We have a lot of counter spells that can mill a little bit. We have some cheap removal, cheap interaction. Archive Trap is very cute because everybody's searching. Everybody's searching all the time. You'll definitely be able to mill somebody for 13 for free. And then Intellectual Offering is here as well. You are forcing a player to draw 3 cards, and you are untapping all of your creatures, which means that you can mill again. Artifacts, some mill classics, Altar of the Brood, Folio of Fancies, and now our new toys, Water Crystal and River Churn Monument, really help out all of the mill decks. Ramp, and Keening Stone. Keening Stone. It is expensive. 6 mana to get on the board, 5 mana to activate, but target player mills X cards, where X is the number of cards in that player's graveyard, which means that you only have to mill them halfway. Wow, compare this card to River Churn Monument, which can mill any number of players equal to the cards in their graveyard for 4 mana, but it can only do it once. This is a valuable effect to have, so I'm okay with this being a much, much worse River Churn Monument, because you just don't have that effect very often. Enchantments. We see a bunch of mill stuff. I'm not going to go over those. They you know what cards would be milling. But like Propaganda to help hold off attacks. Grave Pact to also help dissuade players from doing stuff. Because if they attack you and one of your things dies, then one of their things will die as well. And then Unstoppable Plan is very cute. I mean, I really like this card in general, because it means I'm doing stuff on my opponent's turns. But it untaps all of our big booty creatures to be able to mill our opponents again. Great. Love that. A solid 38 lands. Cool. So we need some cuts first. Before I'm going to do the cuts before I make suggestions. So I do also have a bunch of suggestions, but I'm just going to go through some stuff that I feel like this deck does not need. I would cut this Ashiok. I think this Ashiok's pretty bad. It's 6 mana, and it's only going to be, it's the only ability it can do when it first comes into play is draw a card and mill everybody for 2. I think you just want better than that. Sure, it can like reanimate one creature, but I think this is just too expensive for what it can do for you. So I would cut this. I'd also cut Tasha. There are ways in the deck to cast your opponent's spells, but I don't think it's enough that you actually get to be used that ability consistently. And Tasha is one of those, like, Planeswalker, this happens to Planeswalkers in general, that they get threat assessed wrong. Players, as soon as they see any Planeswalker, regardless of what the Planeswalker does, they're like, kill it, we must kill it immediately. And Tasha, I think every time I've seen her, she's gotten that, like, really badly. I don't think this is nearly enough for how much hate that it will receive on the battlefield. Moving on to the creatures. I have trouble cutting any creatures out of this deck. In fact, I think we should be running more. And like we'll get to my suggestions for those, but this is only 15 creatures, and we don't have a lot. Like it's not like we're running spells that generate solid creatures. I just want to be able to do more mills with this. So I'm not going to cut any of those creatures. Let's sorceries. I'm going to cut Pilfered Plans. I don't think this does enough. We're milling a single player 2 cards and drawing 2 cards. Not enough. Instants. I think we can cut every single one of these cards. The counter a spell and mill its controller are never efficient enough. They're barely playable if you're milling in limited. I think they're not even close to making an impact, even in a deck that cares about the mill. So cutting Psychic Strike, cutting Thought Collapse, cutting Didn't Say Please. Yeah. I'm also cutting Intellectual Offering. because this is 5 mana to mill 3 and untap our low creature count. And at the same time, we're giving 2 opponents a big upside of drawing 3 cards and untapping all their stuff. So I think if we were really focused on having a bunch of creatures in play, this would be much more valuable. But in this low creature count deck, I don't think we need it. Altar of the Brood. It does. This is a very powerful mill card. But what permanents do we have entering often? I don't think it's enough. Again, low creature count. We've got some permanents here, but this deck, this card really excels when you're able to get a bunch of things entering constantly, like maybe tokens or like some sort of combo or a thing like that. But to me, I'm cutting it because I don't think that's what this deck is doing. Oh, well, look who it is. Look who it is. The whole dog home is here. Hi, Maud. Hi, everybody. Right now, we are doing a deck tech on a Phoenix Big Butt Mill deck. We're making some cuts. Have I seen the Cabbage Commander? Oh, yes, I have. Oh, yes, I have. And luckily, it works so well with the vegetable car unknown card for me. So I'm super pumped. Okay. So we're continuing to make some cuts to this deck. We're down to 106. Here's some other ones. Phyrexia Arena. Everybody has different opinions on this card. I don't think that it stands up to like modern Commander. I think it's just been power crept, and this deck doesn't really care too much about that. If it had some sort of synergy with the deck, maybe, but I don't think it does anything for us here. Jace's Erasure, also a classic like mill card. I don't think this does enough. Whenever you draw, you may have target player put the top card of their library into the graveyard. So we're only milling a single player, a single card per draw, and we don't have ways to draw a bunch of cards. Like that's not a thing we're able to do consistently. So I am cutting that. I'm cutting Grave Pact because again, we don't have a high creature count. We don't have a sacrifice outlet. We don't have any ways to really leverage this at all. And it's a card people hate. So they'll probably just kill you like out of principle. This is Phoenix, the god. So Dimir only, and it gives our creatures the ability to tap and mill equal to their toughness. So yeah, I am cutting those. That brings us to 103. Hey, LaChris. I'm that internet guy. Here, also still on the internet. Okay, so we've made some cuts here. I think you can also cut Svitri here, because the only reason that we're playing this card is for the +1 ability. And I don't think that it's enough, because we don't have any dragon target to search for, and the board wipe takes too long. Yeah. All right. Diamond Dude, or for any of you that came in, if you are looking for a deck tech today, all you have to do is go down to the link in the corner for our Ko-fi. Any $30 donation, we just put you on today's queue. Easy as that. Now, this deck is listed as a bracket 3 because we are running 2 game changers. We have a Consecrated Sphinx and a Rhystic Study. And as far as I can tell, we are not trying to combo. Some of the classic combo pieces I feel like you would see in a Phoenix deck. There's no like Intruder Alarm because you can combo that with Zelix or the Undead Alchemist, which we suggested. I'm going to move that to sideboard for now since that was not part of the deck to start with. You know, we're not seeing like there's another combo that I was going to suggest if that's where we're headed with this, but it doesn't look like we're doing 2-card combos here. All right, so we got it down to 101. Oh, Diamond, yes, 30. And that puts you on right now today. Your last cut, it can probably be something like Keening Stone, because the problem with this card, because this can just kill a player, because you've milled them halfway. You go, great, play, activate, somehow you've got a bunch of mana, they're dead. But you now have 2 other players that are like, oh, I am kind of in a similar spot where you could kill me with that card. I need to kill you now. That is a huge difference from Riverchurn Monument, which can kill everybody all at once, and cost significantly less to do so. So that brings us down to a clean 100. Here are some cards that I think I was surprised to see this deck was missing. So we're big booty in Dimir. We don't have a lot of choices, but we do have them. For a crisp quarter and a dime, you can add Kaelorna Coral Tyrant, which is an 08 for 2. Cherix is in this deck right here. Big crab with a 17 butt. And then the other big booty that I was surprised to not see here was Tree of Perdition. It's 4 mana for 13 butt. Better rate than Unhallowed Phalanx. And the ability that it has on it is already super powerful. Like, you can also use this as a team up tool. You can be like, hey, player that has a bunch of damage, if you swing at player B, I'll switch their life with Tree of Perdition so you can kill them. Let's see. But yeah. Electman, hello. Are there any color combos that I'm more well-versed in than others? I mean, like, for sure, but I've played a lot of Magic, and I've played a lot of Commander, and I've talked a lot about Commander, and I've built a lot of decks, so I feel pretty confident in any kind of color combination. But I usually have just a little bit more knowledge if there's blue in there. And then you could do 2 deck techs in a day? Absolutely. As long as we've got time to do it, we typically stream every day from 2 to 8 p.m. PST, so we got plenty of time to do them. But yes, anyone is welcome to do that. And do I discriminate on deck building websites? Well, yes. Your submissions must be on Moxfield, because Moxfield is one of our wonderful sponsors for the channel. Hey, look at that. Look how convenient. Because we can find all decks that have ever been on the show on our Moxfield account. And this is just like, for us, a very, very convenient way to also do deck text like this. They are fantastic. Okay, going back through some more chat stuff. Let's see, Struggle for Project Purity. I've really liked this card. I think more people should play this card, definitely in Casual Commander. So it's an enchantment. You have the choice. You can either, at your upkeep, every opponent draws a card, and you draw that many cards. So, oh great, 3 opponents. You all draw a card. I draw 3. Love that. But also, this has a relevant second mode, because we're in mill. Whenever a player attacks you with one or more creatures, that player gets twice that many rad counters, which will continue to mill them. As stated by Tobias III, who submitted this deck, it is a mill with stacks pieces. And really, the stacks pieces are all just stacks in combat, from what we could tell. So I think this would fit in really well here. Valkyron is a vanilla 08 sufficient for bracket 3. It sure is if the 08 also mills a target for 8. Because the cost to play this is so low, like it's just 2 mana, and it's also going to dissuade a lot of those early attacks where somebody's like, well, I'm the aggro deck, so I'm gonna just throw around damage. That's what I do. You're like, cool, can you get through an 8? Verity Circle. Does that work on your own stuff? Verity Circle. Whenever a creature an opponent controls becomes tapped, if it isn't being declared an attack, you may draw a card. I mean, the card is pretty decent on its own, but I don't know that this has particular synergy with what we're trying to do here. Shield Sphere, yeah. I do like Shield Sphere here, because that's one of those 0 drops. Yeah, with an 06. And you don't even have to worry about the other part, because you don't have to block with it. It can just be a mill 6. Any other thoughts on Toph other than the short? I do have thoughts on Toph other than the short. I have so many thoughts, but I can't do that right now. That's how many thoughts I have. Dothy Voidwalker. I mean, sure. Card is just generically good. Can be played in any deck with black. And we are just feeding the crap out of it. Hullbreaker Horror. I think that's another one there where it's like, yeah, that's a reasonable card to put in most things. Okay, some other thoughts that I had here. So we have some big butts, but also what about some cheap creatures that butts end up being big because of what we're doing? You run Cruel Somnophage, power and toughness equal to the number of creature cards in all graveyards, which is going to be a lot for only 2 mana. And it even, if you need a little extra mill, you get the meme of, you know, you can go, "Care, wake up! Wake me up inside!" to mill somebody 4. Sure. There's a lot of other creatures that are like this, like White of Precinct 6 for 2 mana. Yeah, like that Lurgoyf, which is either Nethergoyf or Necrogoyf. I can never remember which is which. if you wanted to move this up, I think this counts as this definitely counts as a two card combo. But this, not Eater of Days. Whoops. Not Eater of Days. Eater of Woe? Eater of Hope. Eater of the Dead. Eater of the Dead. So this card used to be really a little trickier to get a hold of because there was only one printing that was very old. But now it has been reprinted in Mystery Boosters, which just combos with Phoenix. Because its ability, if it's tapped, you exile a creature card from a graveyard and untap it. So you tap it for the Phoenix ability, mill somebody for 3. If there's a creature in there, great. Eat it. Untap. Do it again. You can keep doing this over and over and over and over again. And as long as there is a creature left in a graveyard somewhere, you continue to mill. So this usually mills the entire table. That, I think, puts you in a higher bracket for sure. But that's definitely something worth considering. Have I seen the Atlanta Festival in a box? I've seen a little bit of it, like some of the cards here and there. I usually don't get the festival in the box because I just go to the festival. But I am lucky to get to go to all of the conventions. Let's see. There were some like just mill cards that were missing, I felt like. We have like Fraying Sanity, the enchantment. Yeah, to where a player mills essentially double. There's Tasha's Hideous Laughter. There we go. Not technically mill, but for 3 mana, this takes an absurd amount of decks, and if it's somebody with a low curve, it's a ton. And we don't necessarily care that these cards are going to the graveyard. We don't have a bunch of synergy with that. We just care that they're gone. Random question. I've just built a new deck that I want to play against precons, but I technically built a bracket 2, but the power quality of my cards are usually bracket 3. With that said, how do you personally determine if a card is too powerful for bracket 2? I mean, one way is compare it to the game changers. If you're like, yeah, I feel like this is about the same power as some of these, then you know, make the call yourself and be like, this is probably too much. It's not often cards that I will rule out. It is like strategies. If you were, we were talking about a Lotus Field commander deck just before this, where my opinion was this strategy itself moves it out of bracket 2 because it is incredibly hard to interact with, and the goal of the deck is to take one very long turn that wins the game. Both of those things, I think, move it out of bracket 2. But if you look at the precons right now, a lot of them are very, very powerful, very well tuned. Like recently, the Jund precon, the lands one from Edge of Eternities, is crazy. That deck will destroy a lot of decks that players have built that are bracket 2 or 3. Some more suggestions. Here's a card that I don't see anybody ever play, and it makes me very sad because I'm old. Avatar of Woe. 8 mana, but really 2 mana if there are 10 or more creature cards in all graveyards, which should be easy to do in this, because it's 10 or more total across all graveyards. And then it's just a 6/5 that can tap and destroy a creature. Yeah. Whoa. This used to be like a Commander All-Star. Before before Commander, essentially. We are also we're trying to stacks combat. Silent Arbiter seems really nice here. It has a 5 toughness, so it mills pretty decently with Phoenix. It says only 1 creature attack and block per combat, so our blocks are almost always going to be able to tank any single attacker from another player. Yeah. Now, earlier, when we were doing cuts, we took out a lot of counter spells. If you wanted to put one back in, Drown in the Lock seems pretty ideal for me. So you either counter a spell or destroy a creature that costs less than the number of cards in the controller's graveyard, which you can adjust in a pinch if you need. But the fact that this is a solid rate for either of these things, 2 mana to counter or 2 mana to destroy, yeah. Now, I am curious because Tobias, the note that we got for this deck was keeping focus around mill/stacks pieces. And realistically, the number of stacks pieces that were in this deck was low. We haven't cut any, I don't think. We have Propaganda. We cut the Savitri, which kind of counts. There's a Riddle Keeper here. We added a Silent Arbiter. Yeah. I want to say you don't need that angle here, or at least not in the way that you're doing it, because all of these stacks pieces are just stacks in combat, and you're already in the deck that wants to play really high toughness creatures. Just play creatures. Like, to me, that seems like that seems better than trying to run these other things. Like, we have a lot of things that players can't get through, and if we just swap some of these pieces out for more creatures, then that's more mill that we can do. Like, if you're really worried about stuff going wide and things like that, then you could also run, like, Pestilence. Or any other, like... I don't know what a good way to put it is, but, like, number-based board wipe. Because you have such high toughness that, like, you can just let this rip a bunch of times and kill most creatures. Or, like, Mutilate or Toxic Deluge. Like, minus X. I would be running more of those, like, replacing, like, Damnation, because you have creatures that are really good at surviving because of their high toughness. Yeah, what are you all saying here? Cross Basin and Ensnaring Bridge. Yeah, that kind of thing. Is, like, reasonable. Submerge? Why do you want to submerge here? Just because the card is good? Like, it's... Yeah, I mean, like this card is fine. Avatar of me. That is an on card, if I believe. It's like from Unhinged, right? Cephalid can return all blue creatures. You mean Empress Lawan? I think that's the name of the card. Yeah, Lawan Cephalid Empress. Yeah, I mean, and this like this card is bad. This card weirdly is like you could it saw some CEDH play for a bit when everything was Thassa's Oracle, but I don't think you can expect there to be blue in these in lower bracket games. But yeah. Yeah, I like the struggle for purity ad here. But yeah, to me, I think the main thing that I feel is lacking here is the creature count, because we added a handful of creatures and we're still only at 20. Like, the deck is trying to give our creatures this ability, and if we're not trying to combo off or something, then we just need a bunch more creatures with high toughness. Swapping out Damnation and maybe one other thing for board wipes that leave our creatures alive, which should be pretty easy. Toxic Deluge, Mutilate, the Pestilence. I'm sure there's a bunch of other ones that fit that. Cyclonic Rift is a game changer, but I think right now we only have 2. Yeah, CoolStuffInc and Heuristic Study. So you could run that. Yeah. Otherwise, this is pretty solid. Cool. Okay. Well, we've done our two scheduled deck techs. At any point, if one of you decides that you'd like to do one, then just go to the link in the corner. But with any spare time that we have on Deck Tech Wednesdays, we deck build. So what we need to build for today. Let me look at the schedule. Here are our options. We have one game that is, we specifically know what the commanders are going to be, and for that pod, we need to build Flubs, Bria, and Gisa. Electman, yes, we can. If there are deck tags on Moxfield, I will look at them. I usually will look at deck tags to assess the deck, and then I will switch it over to card type and mana value. But yeah. Yeah, we need to build a Flubs deck, a Bria, the otter that gives everything prowess and makes them unblockable, and a Gisa. Yeah, I think it can be any of the Gisas. Let's see. We can also start thinking about commanders that have 10 mana value, because we know that that's a game that we will be playing is with all 10 mana value commanders. I think those are the top of the list right now. But I will. For 10 CMC, do we count partners as the sum of their CMC? Yes, but ideally, if we only will do, we'll only do that if we have to. Three dumb ideas, a Demir elf ball that needs a lot of cuts, Zidane that is trying to be as goofy as possible, or is it with a mana curve over 5? I'm interested in this Zidane deck. All of those sound fun, but I think that's a cool commander that people are not playing yet, and I did a build for it at some point, so I might have some knowledge for you. Let's see. And yes, those of you asking which Gisa, I think it can be any of the Gisas. Actually, I can check right now. Give me 1 second, because that'll be important. Yeah, it is Ghoul Caller Gisa. So I think that's the original. It's like sack a thing, make a bunch of zombies, right? What do I think of a Celeste deck focused on persistent sack outlets? Actually, we just did a deck tech on on exactly that deck last week, and I certainly have thoughts. But that is kind of a general question. I think it's good. But yeah, do you all have a particular inclination to one of those builds for today? There she is. Yeah, sacrifice power. This one cares about power. Yeah, and then Bria. This Bria. Has prowess, gives all of your everything else you have prowess, and then casting a non-creature spell is unblockable. And of course, one froggy boy, Flubs. I think I'm more likely to build Bria or Gisa on stream, because Flubs I think has to be it takes a good bit of testing, because these are all decks that are going to be on decked out. So they have to be like they have to function consistently, but they also have to be good for content. Um, and I think Flubs is going to be hard to balance for that. Got to go on a bit of a vision quest with Flubs. I think I actually have one of the most viewed Flubs decks on Moxfield. Here, let's do this. All right, can we sort by most views? Yep. Me personally, I have the third most viewed Flubs deck of all time. So we could also look at this and see. And for a while it was number one. I think because these are this is I think these are CEDH builds. Yeah, or no, this one is bracket 5, and then this one, I don't. Who is this? I don't know. But anyway. Flubs isn't playable unless it's CEDH level. I disagree, for sure. I think it ends up with a different game plan. You don't want to build it as chain every single thing in your deck every game. But I think you can totally come up with a lower level game plan for it. If you want to add more detail, then you can put it in the chat, because you're here. Teamer Graveyard seems like a bad time. Yeah, I think we're more likely to be building Gisa today. That seems like a fairly straightforward build that we can find some more interesting stuff for. Okay. So let's think about this card. What do we want it to do? We want to be able to consistently sacrifice a creature with a high power to make a bunch of zombies. How do I decide on these commanders? Is it just for a future video? Yes, it is for a future episode of Decked Out. And it is because we got like special art for these commanders in particular. So we're putting them all together in a game. So Yeah, we want high power. We're making a bunch of zombies. So some ways that we could, some general strategies we could do are big sacrifice value. We could go zombies. This could just be a zombie deck. But what direction do we want to go? I'm trying to think of, like, if there are any new cards that work well with this. We haven't done zombies in a while. I can't tell. Is there? Has anybody mentioned Calaxian yet? It's a pretty good deal. Hey, will you look at that? A new donation from Electman. Appreciate you. All right, let's see what we got here. Okay. Duplicate this thing. Also, are there tags? Are there tags here? So this is intended to be a creature-based toolbox. I'm hoping that you'll be able to fine-tune it. I typically play bracket 2, but this is more than likely a 3, but that's fine. Okay, especially if I add the Emra combo from Considering. Okay. You do have tags for this. Are they in the thing, though? Because if they are, I will sort it by that. I guess I can... But there's no need for sure. Just spent 15 minutes adding them. All right, let me see if I can... Aha! Oh, can I duplicate? Include card tags. There we go. Okay. So this is Electman's Codis Sibsig Champion deck. I think this is a commander that got hyped for like a half a second. And then people realize, oh wait, there are restrictions on this. So a black, a green, and a blue for 3/3. Once during each of your turns, you may cast a creature from your graveyard by exiling 3 other cards from your graveyard in addition to paying its other costs. Whenever one or more creatures you control enter, if one of or more of them entered from a graveyard or was cast from a graveyard, you put 2 counters on Codis. So you can escape a creature from your graveyard once per turn, on your turn only. And Codis gets bigger if things are entering from the graveyard or cast from the graveyard. We can work with this. All right, so we have copy counters. All right, so it looks like these are just putting big masses of counters onto a single target, Insidious Roots cares about graveyard stuff. So if you are, you can actually get 2 triggers from Insidious Roots, because if you exile a creature and use that to cast a creature from your graveyard, you would make 2 plants. It's not bad. Counter spells, sure. Death Clock, yes. Okay, so some long-term win cons. Conrad continues to drain because stuff is leaving your creature cards are leaving your graveyard. Polluted Cistern, it does work. It does some serious work. When 1 or more cards are put into your graveyard from your library, each opponent loses a life for each card type. Let's see. And also, I have a majority of the pieces in my collection. I'd like to avoid adding cards worth $10 or more if possible. Okay. Totally works for me. Discard to Fauna Shaman, Key to the City, and Shigeki. Interesting. Wouldn't necessarily call Shigeki a discard outlet, but these 2 for sure. But these are limited to once per turn, so sure. Key to the City can get our Arcotis through. Finishers, White of the Reliquary, Uro, and Will of the Sultai. Huh. I don't know that I count Uro or White of the Reliquary as a finisher, but maybe the deck will show us a little bit more on why these are listed this way. They do get, like, White will get large. Uro is a strong card, but I don't know. Yeah, I've been looking. I have both of these in foil, and I think they look really good. So I've been trying to, but it's on my list of decks to make. Is Vanille and do the meld thing. The meld gives us a 7/6 Vigilance, Menace, Trample, Reach, Haste. Dies, destroy a permanent, return a non-legendary permanent for graveyard to the battlefield. Cool. Nefarious Card Touchery. Yeah, because we gotta get a bunch of cards into the graveyard. So what you have: Forever Young and Foot Bottom Feast and Grave Purge. Three things that put any number of creatures from graveyard on top of the library. Huh. So far, all I've seen is Sir Conrad that you get a benefit out of those cards for. Spore Frog. Do we have ways to recur this? And then Hydraulic Specimen helps us to deflect some spells. Ramp. Love to see it. Yeah, it's a lot of ramp. I love Lord of the Forsaken. I wish this card was better. Yeah, So, as I'm seeing it so far, this seems like a slow burn kind of deck. We're about halfway through, but like recursion, yeah, bringing stuff back from the graveyard. Sure. Some generically powerful like graveyard stuff. Yeah, sure. Okay, removal, 9 pieces of removal. It's a little light since these are not the most broad removal spells. Self mill, yeah, we gotta get a full graveyard. Okay, yeah. Even clarifies over here that Forever Young, Foot Bottom Feast, and Grave Purge are Conrad damage enablers. Okay, so we were correct there. Tokens. Okay. Lands. Tutors. Hey! You did it! You did it, Rob the Princess. You've done it. Thank you very, very much. And I'll add your deck to our queue for today. Okay. Tutors. Cool. I'm going to now sort this in a way for my brain.
Awooga. Thanks for the support.
Hey, everybody. You get another Nerd Girl's left hand cameo for today. Isn't that exciting? All right. So, as far as I can tell, this deck can kind of grind. But I can see why you are struggling with win conditions, because it looks like Sir Conrad or bust right now. Okay, so generally, we're in, it's Sultai graveyard based, and our commander gives us additional value by recasting stuff from the graveyard, and in doing so, getting Codas larger. Some options for win conditions here would be ways to consistently get Codas through for damage, since it itself gets large, and you could kill people with commander damage. You could There's the Emra combo, yes, in considering. So we have an Emrakul. Is it, what, are you just like sacrificing this and recasting it each time? I'm not sure what this combo is, aside from, Emrakul just existing, and if you sacrifice it, then you can just replay it most turns. Puns for days, you're saying Basalt, Monolith, and Mesmeric Orb. I don't know that I would run that combo in this bracket. because we're saying it's built as a 2, can hang with the 3s. The combo is very strong, but I think a 2 card put my whole deck in my graveyard, which is controllable. Like you can put as much as you want. Is it to me would be too strong for this bracket. Like that for me would be a 4 and up. Like it's not technically a combo and win 2 card, but I think what it does is so strong that it's hard to not win from there. Elect Man, I don't think that you missed anything. I think the only thing you missed was me trying to figure out what your combo is. Other than Emrakul being good, and as long as you can sacrifice it, you can just recast it using Codis, right? Because it does not put a finality counter on. Yeah. Re-enable tags. Oh, are they the considering also tagged? Okay, so yes, sacrifice outlet. Trinket Mage can find Hourglass Pendant, and then you are negating their extra turns. So you are only controlling them during their next turn, and they do not get a turn. I kind of think you run it. Like that requires some setup. That requires some setup, and as long as you are with a group that's okay with, hey, potentially one of you might have to skip your turn while I ruin your life, because it doesn't. I don't know. I'd be okay with this in this deck. But the thing is, that does not win you the game. That knocks one player out of the game, probably, and makes 2 other opponents scared of you. Okay. So let's, yeah, so some initial assessment here. I think it is reasonable for that to be in this deck. I think though it does not help you to win games if that is your goal. So you're typically winning by milling yourself a bunch, getting Sir Conrad on the board, and casting like Grave Purge, Foot Bottom Feast, something like that, right? Diamond, I'm very happy to tech a budget deck. All right. Well, also let's do this. I want to see what this plays like. we've got lands and spells here. I think I could run this. We draw. Let's play a hedge maze. We will surveil this to the graveyard. Draw on turn 2. Play like a Verge and a Fauna Shaman. Turn 3. We'll like shock a breeding pool. This does not do anything on its own, so we wait for this to be later. We'll play like Nyx Weaver. I will say, in general, I am low on this card for most graveyard decks. I just feel like it doesn't do enough. You don't get the mill until your upkeep. It's only 2 cards. The active ability only returns to your hand. But it is fine enough. We'll go to our next turn. We mill a Yavimaya Coast and a Coiling Oracle. Draw for turn. Shifting Woodland is cool. Okay, let's pitch this Boggart Trawler. We need, I think, some more mill, and then we'll be ready to play Codas. If we can get like mill and mana. What do I want? We've got 3 mana left for this turn. I feel like it's hard for me to not just pick 6 here because the card is so good. And then we probably just slam this. So that brings us to turn 5, which I feel is pretty pivotal. Here is a Twilight Mire. So what, our graveyard, we have two creatures in here. Yeah, Gus, yeah. Hermit Druid, I believe, is in this deck and is a good card. 5 mana. So Icotus currently we can pop Coiling Oracle out. I don't hate that. So let's cast Codas. We'll play a Coiling Oracle. And I think we'll use 6 to do it. And we'll just pitch this Temple of Malady. So that we'll reveal this card. Shipper Marsh will enter the battlefield. Okay. We mill 1, 2, we draw, play a land. Okay. All right, so I've got a general idea here. Okay, This does a good job of milling itself. It's got a lot of sources of getting things into the graveyard. I think we just need, like, some cards that get the job done, you know? Did you get this pre-con? Because that helps me with understanding your budget a little bit. Because if you have the cards from this pre-con, then I would definitely be running like the big old dragon, like Colossal Grave Reaver. But if you got these individually, then I won't suggest that. Okay. So you're able to put a bunch of cards into your graveyard, and you have a commander that gives you access to it. So card advantage is your strength here. So what I want is mana to capitalize off of that. If we look at what you've got here for ramp, this I'm gonna so to me, Light from the Loam would not count as ramp to me. Like, White of the Reliquary, I don't know that we have a lot of creatures that we find super disposable. These are, if you look at these, a lot of them are like this ramp is effective later in the game. Like Aftermath Analyst, like, I guess you can count that as ramp, but that ramp is not going to be happening until later in the game when you've got enough lands that it's worth it in your graveyard and you activate this for 4 mana. Like Roots, yeah, sure, you can count this as ramp, but it's not happening terribly quickly. It's not happening until you have something that is allowing you to remove stuff. Could I elaborate on Light from the Loam? Yes, there is no part of this card that increases the amount of mana that you have each turn. Because you're putting cards into your graveyard with Dredge, you're returning lands from your graveyard to your hand, but no part of that increases the amount of mana that you have to spend per turn. Yeah. 69, 420, they're absolutely not going to ban VV. Cauldron is a problem. I think that's the easier ban, but yeah. Okay, so yeah, if we look at this again, so let's run another play test, and I want to see what the difference is if my opening hand has like some turn 1 or 2 ramp. We have a Farseek here, so if I draw, nice, play Tryon, pass. Turn 2, not one of those lands. We'll play this Rogue's Passage. We'll Farseek into. We will have blue and green available to us. So something with black, probably black green. If we have a duel of those, great. Black green. We will surveil one. I think we're pretty happy to draw a Stitcher Supplier on the next turn. Play a Dreamroot. Play Stitcher Supplier. Mill 3. 1, 2, 3. Cool. Oh, we cannot play CODIS because of this colorless land. Okay, I don't think we're doing this in the next turn, so we just hold up, Grizzly Salvage, cast this at the end of their turn. Via 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We don't have a land, so I will just take this Mistrise Village. All of this will go to the graveyard. Then we draw. This is turn 4. Here's our Mistrise Village. Here's CODIS. Leaves us with 2 mana. We could like play Shigeki. We could play Florahedron. I think I would want this first, so let's just exile 1, 2. I guess we can leave a land in here. What do we definitely don't need a Farseek. And I think Living Death, we don't have a way to get this back. Okay. That gives us 2 counters on CODIS. All right, and then I'll run one more turn after this. So we draw a card. Okay. This definitely helps. So I think all this needs is to figure out how do you convert what it does already into a win. Because it does the setup very solidly. So I think what we want here, so our commander can recast creatures. So if we can find creature cards that convert our advantages here into a win, that will be ideal. Are we not thinking Wonder for this deck? I see you have it in considering. That seems pretty free, giving your commander that gets bigger, flying, and incidentally anything else. Helps you to swing 6 for free. Yeah, I think because you have Wonder in your considering, I think you would run that for sure. That solves some problems because you're just gonna have creatures that are sitting around that can't do anything. But if that's so free because you know that you'll be able to get into the graveyard easy. I think you move the Emrakul to the deck because this is a really cute like interaction here. Like the fact that you are casting this from your graveyard when filling your graveyard, and that becomes a thing that you can do. Like, I think this is just very good, even if you're not running the rest of the stuff. Which I honestly I don't think I'm that hot on. But I think this card is actively good here. Other ways that you can turn this into a win. How much is what's his face? How much is Grave Troll? It's like 250. This is another one that I think just seems solid for this deck regardless. Easy add. Hey Jay. Just huge amount of self-mill, and then becomes a large enough threat that, oh hey, our flying Golgari Grave Troll now just starts killing people. Yeah. I know I saw a suggestion for... Let me see. Really, it was when Elk looked at it as one of their first cuts. Which card was that for? For Wonder, I assume. Yeah, that seems like such free real estate to me. The thing that you're doing consistently is milling yourself. And so the likelihood that makes its way into the graveyard is pretty high. You're certainly never casting it or anything, but the value's so free that I'm very happy to have that in the deck. Because then you don't need some of this other stuff. Like even if you just look at what happened to us playing the Rogue's Passage, which is obviously in here because you were trying to like get a creature through with this. You have a commander that's 3 colored pips, and you have a lot of very pip intensive cards. I think any of the any colorless lands are tough to justify. And to me, you don't need a Rogue's Passage here because it is expensive to do this thing when you can get it for free. We need other ways though for you to convert this. Ooh, do you have... I've been really liking this card. And it is a crisp 2 quarters with change back. Naga Fleshcrafter. It is a fine clone. It's on rate, 4 mana. 4 mana, clone any creature on the battlefield, so it hits your opponent's stuff too. But then it has an ability from the graveyard, exile it, put a counter on a creature you control, and each other creature you control becomes a copy of it. So this it makes it a lot easier for you to convert. Like, okay, I've got my dopey little, Manglehorn and like Skull Prophet that have been sitting on the board all game. But if I can make them all into, like whatever else. Lord of the Forsakens, I guess. Archfiend of Sorrows is... Then that's pretty good. But yeah. So many copies of Fleshcrafter. Been trying to make it work. Yeah, I put it in this deck. Put it in this deck. I've had a lot of success with it. Because both parts of it I'm really happy to have. I think with that you just make sure that you have targets for it. And you do have to be careful because you can get you want to watch for instant speed removal so that it doesn't get hit on the before it resolves. What else would I do here? Yeah, the Desecrated Tomb. I'm not a fan of this card. Oop. Well, it still worked anyway. Here we go. Desecrated Tomb, right? Whenever one or more creature cards leave your graveyard, create a 1/1 black bat. So you can, like, once per turn make 2 bats, ideally, if you are exiling a creature card and casting a creature card. It doesn't do enough, in my opinion. But I want to say that there are better versions of that are a little stronger. And if we can get it on a creature itself, that's even better. What about, like... Yeah, like Tormod. If I can type today. Tormod the Desecrator. Wherever you went. There we go. Whenever one or more creatures leave your graveyard, create a tap 2/2 black zombie creature token. I want to think about... I feel like there's even better options for this ability, but... Taval, yeah, like that does the same... That does a similar thing too, right? Yeah, when cards leave your graveyard, you make a 2/2 zombie. Like, I think especially now with this idea of wonder and being able to build a wide board that suddenly becomes scary. I think I'd want stuff like that. It's the balance scale is the one. This is $10, but hopefully you got it because you have the precon. Because I think you want as many of your like important pieces as creatures because your commander allows you to recur them. I think the plan of building up a board of creatures is solid, and then being able to poke through by giving them evasion. Also, the fact if you go wide, Sir Conrad becomes lethal on just like, hey, I'm gonna swing at you. If you don't block, you die. If you block and these die, you die. So I think that's a strong game plan to actually get you there. I don't know what a tuned hunter. Whenever one or more cards leave your... Oh yes, this guy. This is fine. Card is totally fine. But it's not... We're not removing cards from our graveyard at a fast speed. We're generally getting 2 instances of cards leaving the graveyard per turn. We get 1 for casting the spell because of Coda's ability, and 1 because the creature is leaving the graveyard for like when it gets cast. Yeah, the more that I think about this, the more that I would be. I think your best plan is going wide. So I think that like the suggestion for Desecrated Tomb is fine because that is what you're trying to do there. Archetype is called Gravebreak. Are there any activated abilities in the yard? Everybody's thinking Vivi and Cauldron today. I think so. then between Wonder and Fleshcrafter, both of which weirdly accomplish the same thing of, hey, my bunch of creatures that weren't doing anything are suddenly a lethal threat. I'd want like one more of these kind of cards and one or two more like creature generators or ways to continue to put stuff on the board. Cool color. I mean, like, fair enough. Yeah, Ghoul Color I think would be good if we had bigger power creatures. But, like, Codis is not reducing the cost of these or anything, and it is restricting us to one per turn. So, like, we're getting back reasonable things, but I think this is just a piece that helps our general game plan of, you know, like, building up this board. Oh, how much is Grist? Not the one that you already have. This card just makes me happy. It's a 1/2. When it or another creature enters the battlefield under your control from a graveyard or cast from a graveyard, then you can pay 1 to flip Grist into Planeswalker. Which is make insects, mill cards, and make one of them death touchy. It also is just solid removal. And the -6 also can just be really, really strong. So I just think this card is cool as hell. And it synergizes really well with what you're doing. You'll be able to consistently get this back. Like with Codis, if it's in the graveyard, you can just go like, great, exile 3 cards, pay 1, here's a Planeswalker. Well, pay 2, I guess, but yeah. But what is my... I'm trying to think of what the last, like, win con would be for me. Yeah, because you also have like Sidisi to build up an army. And like the deck is very survivable. You're always able to build and build and build. Can't read the commander. Lets you cast a creature from your graveyard once per turn and gets bigger whenever you have creatures cast or entering from your graveyard. What other... Yeah, like I said, I would be running this guy if you got the precon. Otherwise, it is out of the budget that you were looking for. Donkey Juice, I assume that it is priced because Electman was saying try not to suggest any cards over $10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. Yeah, and then looking at this stuff that I'm not so hot on. The Kishless skimmer here is cute, but I don't think that you need it. Because what this does for you is provide card advantage. But it really only it's only functioning when your commander's on board, which gives you card advantage already. So like there's synergy here for sure, but the fact that this does not do the thing much unless your commander's on board, meh. Like I said, I'm not super high on Nyx Weaver, but the fact that you can recur this is pretty fine. I wish it didn't exile itself. I think I'm relatively happy with the rest of this. Yeah, or like those choices there. So this line of Forever Young slash Foot Bottom Feast slash Grave Purge to set up Sir Conrad does get the job done, but I think I'm still concerned with that because you don't have a way to then immediately convert it. Like, you go, great, Sir Conrad's on the board. Everybody already knows this is a problem. You cast your Grave Purge. You put all of your creatures back on top of your library. If you don't have a way to immediately mill all of those cards, then all of your opponents go, time for you to die. So, if you're finding that you're winning with them often, sure, keep them in. To me, I'm not as concerned about that win line. I think I get blown out a bunch by trying to accomplish that. Yes, they leave the yard, yes, but I think if you've got enough creatures in your graveyard that one shots them, if that has been your experience, then I'd say keep them in. Yeah, I think to me, without if you can consistently with Conrad on board cast them and then mill them again, I'm in for it. But it doesn't feel like that is consistent enough to me. And then when they're not, these are 3 dead cards. What are we muddling for? Because without really good targets for it, it's just a bad counterspell. Yeah, I could understand playing it if you like it, but I feel like this deck does not have the targets that I'm looking for. And also it being double blue pip to cast, double blue pip to transmute in this 3-color deck, that is not super heavy on blue would be a point of concern for me. Yeah. Here, we'll add that Desecrated Tomb in, because I think there's now enough for us to have like that realistic game plan of going wide. Is there like a... I want to say there was a card that helped to boost your team that was graveyard relevant. What am I thinking of? There's something... Oh. Also, have you tried this? Floral Evoker? So it gets bigger when lands enter, but for 1 and discard a creature card, of which you have many, and are fine with those being in the graveyard, you return a land from the graveyard to the battlefield tapped. That seems very good for this deck. It was not the thing I was looking for, but it seems very good for this deck. I need, what am I thinking of? I know this card exists. I think it was Duskmourn. Oh, yeah. Demolisher Spawn, super budget. Because, like, I don't want to recommend Craterhoof, but I will recommend Flavorful Craterhoof. So 7 mana, 7/7 trample and haste, And then when it attacks, it's going to pump your team if you have Delirium, which you should. So yeah, I'll just reiterate. I think this deck is good at the setup, and I think it just needs the payoff. And here's a big fat chunky version. So then my other cuts, let's cut 5 cards out of this, do a test, and I think I feel pretty good about it. I mean, Oracle is fine here. I just don't know this has a ton of synergy with the deck. I love a good Coiling Oracle, but like Sakura Tribe Elder is just better here. Anything that's able to sacrifice itself or get into the yard somehow. Excavator, I'm inclined to cut this here. Like, yes, we will have lands in the graveyard, but without a way to play multiple lands in a turn, this just says draw a land each turn. And I wonder if that is worth it, because it's actually not. It's worse than draw a land each turn, because if you did, then that would be fuel for 6. I don't think we need the Spring Bloom Druid. Oh, Rob the Princess. Yeah, I mean, we should be moving on soon. But there will always be the VOD. But I think we are rounding towards the end of this one. Let's see. Actually, I think I'm down to cut this Farseek. We have decent ramp on 2, and if it's on a creature, it's just better. Granted, Nature's Lord, the upside is you have something untapped, but so I leave that one. Let's see. Almost there. I'm inclined to cut Cemetery Tampering only on my own experience that it is just not worked out well for me. Let's run this one with 101 cards and see what happens. Summon Titan Peak, mills, recurs lands, big pump, puts stuff in the yard. Yeah, I mean it's pretty good here. I think that would be a good add as well. Let's see. We don't have a lot to play in the early. I think I would throw this back and find one more. Sure, we have a Grizzly Salvage on too. Okay, so we draw. Let's go. Man, all of these are tapped. Tapped lands. We'll sack this landscape. Find. Let's see. A forest. Draw on the next turn. We can play. I guess a swamp would have been slightly better. Yeah, swamp would have been better. There we go. Okay. Play that. Grizzly Salvage, end of their turn. We go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got lands. I'm just like, do we just cast Grist? That's probably better. I think I'll just take this land. Put these in the graveyard. Put this in the graveyard. Cool. And we draw on turn 3. We have a Drowned Catacomb. Drop a Desecrated Tomb on turn 3. Draw. Play a Gloomlake Verge. Gotta get rid of this Golgari Grave Troll. Play Codis. Actually, you know what? We need green here. We play Dreamroot Cascade, Codis, Spore Frog. Okay. That means that now we untap, we play a land from the graveyard. We can cast Grist, exile, exile, exile. We then, so that's a green. We then pay a green. This flips. We now have Spore Frog online and Grist abilities online. We've made something with the Tomb, right? Because we didn't. Did we exile a creature? No. We've got 3 mana left to hold up a negate as well, and now we start to grind them out. That feels very good. Okay. There we go. I'll put that deck list there because we keep them unlisted on the account now, just so we don't lose them. But all right. Diamonds. Still submit a deck or is it too late? Yeah, you could definitely submit a deck. Donkey juice. Yeah, we triggered that tomb for sure. Okay, so now we have Rob the Princess's submission for Zidane Tantalus Thief, which we are supposed to be, we are supposed to keep silly, but we do need some cuts. It's at 115 right now. To submit a deck, Diamond, just go to the link in the corner for our Ko-fi, $30 donation, and then you can just put your deck link from Moxfield into the notes there, or just post it in the chat after you've done that. Easy as that. Okay, so I think this is a really interesting commander. It's 5 mana for 3/3. Enters, gain control of a creature an opponent controls until end of turn. You untap it, it gains lifelink and haste. Whenever an opponent gains control of a permanent from you, you create a treasure token. So we want to be giving things away, which does happen naturally with this type of effect where we gain control for until end of turn, and when we give it back, we get a treasure. The fact that this also gives lifelink to the creature that it steals is so important. So important. Have fun at karaoke, Alan. Because you are spending a lot of mana to not develop your board. And so if you're not doing additional things with the creature, getting the lifelink out of it at the very least makes a big difference. So let's see what Rob the Princess is doing here. Stiltskin's cute, giving stuff away, making treasures. You can then give the treasure away, continue to draw cards. Didn't see the lifelink bit until you were cutting cards. I mean, yeah. It's because it just usually is not added to that type of ability. So it's easy to overlook it. Obviously have to have other Zidane in here. Humble Defector triggers it, gives stuff away, similar to Yes Man, which gives itself away, triggers it on. Way to convert off of treasures, great. Way to convert off of treasures, great. Way to convert off of treasures, great. Treasure Nabber is very cute here. A lot of people have said that this has underwhelmed when they've played it. And I have not had the same experience. You do need to make sure that you are clear with people, though. Because what people are most afraid of is that you are going to steal the artifact and then make it go away. You're going to steal their mana rock, make it go away. You will have much more success with this card if you make it clear to the other players, if of course this is your intent, to be like, hey, if you need to use your mana rocks for stuff, I will make sure they get back to you. And this deck is very happy to do that because you get treasures when those are returned. So if you're playing this card and you're not intending to sacrifice their stuff, make sure you tell your opponents that. That it's like, hey, I just can't do that in this deck. You will get these back, and you'll find that they use them more often. They still won't be happy about it, but you'll get to do the thing. Let's see, a little bit of synergy here, treasure stuff. I think this card is great. It's just like I got overlooked a lot in Final Fantasy because there were a million cards that were good. Hey! Diamond Dude, thank you so much. Really appreciate you and everyone that has been adding decks to check out for today. Oh, it looks like we'll be looking at other Codus. All right, that is what we'll get to next. Cool. Let's see. Beginning. How does Go-Go fit here? Combat on your turn, you may have Gogo become a copy of another target creature you control until end of turn. So it can be a copy of the thing that you are stealing. Okay, this is cute. I see what you're doing here. So this is a way to steal other people's stuff. Because you gain control of it, and then if the creature dies, you can activate a Darker Valkyrie before it dies, and it returns the battlefield under your control. To me, this is too cute. Hello, BJ and Co. Appreciate the raid. Thanks for coming in. Because it's slow as hell. It is 6 mana. 6 mana. And you have to wait for it to not be summoning sick. You don't need to steal it first. That's true. But I think what this deck is trying will be doing with it is saying, hey, now I've stolen your creature for the turn. I can now be reckless with it. And if it dies, I will get it. To me, this is one that would immediately be on the chopping block. Let's see. Slicer, very cute. Handing this away each turn. Quintorius, what are you doing here? Sack a spirit, which you're making, end step. Choose target card, exile with Quintorius. You can cast it without paying its mana cost. What is this here for? Why is Katy Perry on? I don't think I... A Darker Valkyrie scares more than it works. I mean... Oh, just... I think I don't want to spend 6 mana for it to not do the thing and only to kind of scare people. And Quintorius is here for the 26 threaten effects. Just, is it so you can recast them? Because I think if you have 26, you don't need to recast them. Yeah, this would be a cut for me. All right, here we go. Sorceries and instants. Threaten away. Threaten. Removal. Threaten. 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 Card advantage. Threaten. Threaten. Allows you to get through. Threaten. 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 Give a thing away. Threaten. So is your game plan just to steal their stuff and give it back? Yeah, I don't think Quintorius does enough for that to be it. Creature opponent control with hexproof. Okay, so it's you want to still be able to steal their stuff. Cute. cute. Stuff that's giving themselves away. Yep. Oh, yep. Blink their stuff. I want to... Okay, I think I just want to... This is what I built, and we're going to get back to that in a second after I finish up looking at these things. End step, you may exile target creature from a graveyard. If you do, make a 1/1 white spirit with flying. Put a counter on it if the exiled mana value is 4 or greater. Card's fine, but doesn't seem to synergize. I'm not a fan of these cards. And I don't know what this does for you. Like, I guess you can put it on an opponent's thing, and then it'll be forced to swing. You can steal it, then swing with it again to make more treasures. But that's a lot. Oh, that's cool. I've never seen this card before. All right, and then lands. Okay. This is a lot of threatens. This is a lot of threatens for a deck that cannot convert that much off of the threatens. All right, so what did I put in this? Because I know mine was a little bit more focused on giving stupid stuff away. Oh, I really liked this card in CODIS. Discerning Financier, just random uncommon from Eldraine. So if your upkeep, if an opponent controls more lands than you make a treasure, sure, fine. But for 3 mana, you can give away a treasure and draw a card, which means you then just remake the treasure. It's very cute. It's not great, but I think I like that. That is a synergy that makes me very happy. Let me see. Oh yeah, I had like a light bad gifts synergy in here. Yeah. Oh, you have Alexios? You do. Doesn't that just draw your deck with Zerda? No, because you still need to give a treasure away. Because if you can't try and sneak it because you're targeting the treasure. But yeah, but it does mean that you could draw a card for 1 mana. Yeah, this is a very overcosted, borrow something from everybody. Yeah, I was also definitely more on the game plan of steal it and have the option to throw it at them. Oh, okay. These were my favorite. So if you want, I loved these. Jinxed Idol and Jinxed Ring. Uh they do a bad thing, but you can sacrifice a creature to give them away. So you can threaten a creature, steal it from an opponent, swing it, then sacrifice it to Jinxed Idol so that they don't get it back and give the idol to somebody, which then makes you a treasure with Zidane. There are you certainly would be better off with any other sacrifice outlets, but these were so cute. Didn't feel it strong enough to be good. You're correct. You're correct. They're not. But it depends on what you're going for. Because if this was the kind of synergy I was like, these are bad cards that make me happy when I get to do that thing. Yeah. Oh, if you happen to somehow have gotten your hands on a copy of Pumpkin Bombs, which is not out yet, then that is going to be great in this deck. It's another card that gives itself away, gets passed around. Yeah. Oh wow, I was saying I didn't like this card, and then it's in the deck. All right, let's start chopping. If they keep it away from you, no, you haven't done almost nothing because you used it to sacrifice a creature, and it is continuing to do a bad thing to whoever controls it. Like, it's not great. It's just real cute. And if to me, that is kind of what this deck is. Let's see. How many lands are you running here? 36, including MDFC? 37, 38. That's fine. Do you have a homeward path here? Yes. Yes, because I like using that with like Humble Defector, Yes Man, stuff like that. What are you here for? This is like generically good card, but I don't see a purpose for it. That would be on my chopping block. That's fair. Ecstatic Beauty. I don't know. I like this card, but I don't know what it does for this deck. Like, it's not a great rate for what it does, and I don't know that you're waiting 4 turns for whatever it found. I think also, like, it's a lot of threatens. Ecstatic's been a favorite lately. I mean, as always, if you like a card and it makes you happy to play it, that overrides whether or not it's the right choice in a deck. This I would cut. I think I would also cut, like, maybe 2 of your weakest threatens. This one seems not particularly good. Makes a blood, can make a treasure. Gives +2 because we probably have treasures. Yeah, probably like shackles. I don't know, cutting at least 1 for sure. How often do you find that your opponents have hexproof things that you don't that you need to steal? And what's the clamp for? What are we clamping? Yeah, oddly enough, since we don't have sack outlets, I cut clamp. Yeah. Also, this card is so bad that I did not include it. This card is terrible. It's so bad. Three mana rock that will draw us a card sometimes. I could live without it. If that works for you, sure, but my instinct is that is not good. That is not a good use of a skull clamp. And there are many ways to use a skull clamp well. Okay. Does this work? This card is cool, and you get points for me for using a card I've not seen before, but how consistently do you have the biggest creature on the board? Because all of these are small. I think if I was playing this, this would disappoint me because it was cool random card that does not do anything. Oh yeah, you have Arcane Lighthouse and Detection Tower here. I'm cutting this glaring spotlight. 105. Oh, okay. I'll return that then. That's because it's the beginning of combat. How about Curse of Opulence? I'm much happier with this if I consistently have an attacker super early in the game, but I don't think your deck does. Like, unless we find Ragavan early, not much of this is getting sent into combat. Like, we only have 4 creatures that are 2 or less anyway. Like, you'll get some gold here and there if somebody attacks the player, but I think I'm only happy with this card if I know that I can trigger it and I get a bonus if sometimes other players trigger it. Curse has done a ton of work for you in the past with other decks. I mean, yes, but were you able to consistently attack early in the game with it? Because this deck can't do that. You can once you threaten, right? And so that means that like that's late. Weirdly, I don't know that you need Harmless Offering here. Like, that's 3 mana to make a treasure. Like, maybe you're just giving away a treasure, but then that accomplishes nothing. You can, like, threaten somebody's thing and then give it to somebody else, which is funny, but that's a lot of mana in one turn, because it means you needed to have cast a threaten effect and then Harmless Offering, and that seems often like not good. I don't think we have anything that we're like anything that's good for Harmless Offering. Yeah, Stillskin does it way better because you can give your treasures away to draw cards, which is excellent. How has this card worked for you? Because it's not it's like the worst rate for stealing a creature. Then the second chapter doesn't stop your opponents from attacking you. And depending on the board setup, a lot of times that the consensus from the table is like, well, I don't want to lose my creatures. Oh, I don't want to lose my creatures either. Cool. If we all just attack Rob the Princess, they will die, and we don't have to worry about chapter 3. So I think players having so much time to prepare for chapter 3 usually results in you not having a good time. Yeah, any board wipe that sits on the board for 3 turns while players have time to figure it out is kind of rough. What is this Gift of Immortality here for? Because, like, at first I assumed it was here because it would allow you to steal your opponent's creatures, but it doesn't, right? You steal it, you can enchant them. When it dies, it returns under its owner's control. If it's just here to, like, protect one of your pieces, I don't know that you care. Like, your commander even ETBs. So Sedan protection? Yeah, I don't think you need this. Because in your deck, this is not the problem. Or, like, this being on the board is not the problem. The problem with this is when it enters, it steals the thing. That is a thing that players are not going to want to happen. And then, this is not making a ton of treasures. The deck is incredibly monolithic. I don't think that it is. Because your payoff, even though everything in your deck is trying to steal stuff and then return it to them, your payoff is make a treasure. So this deck still totally functions if this is not on the board. It on Yes Man is good. That I'm a little bit more on board with, but I don't think that it does enough for this deck that is important. Because also in that case, I'd rather have like Ephemerate. Because it allows you to blink this and get additional trigger. It allows you to like activate a Humble Defector or something and blink it. I would want other ways to protect, because that's also not going to stop like a Swords of Plowshares or something. I'm really bad at tech decks. That requires coordination. This stream would fail. Two more cuts. I've never been a fan of this card. Has it worked out well for any of you that are playing it? It feels like it is a slow mana rock that has a payoff that is also slow. It doesn't seem to synergize with much here. Like, it is a treasure, so it allows you to like benefit from like, there we go, Reign of Riches repeatedly. But I wouldn't be worried about this. Like, we are usually able to make a treasure or two. This is like double yeah, this only doubles treasure tokens. Yeah, nobody really touches it, sure. I wouldn't be worried about that, but it's just slow. I'm also not huge on this. This would be better if we knew that we could commit crimes consistently on other players' turns too. Otherwise, this is also just very slow. Let's see how let's give this a spin. That is pretty high costed stuff. We're not our way to develop on the board is a mage siege on turn 3. Diamond Dude, thank you so much. Really appreciate that subscription. Awooga. Turn 3 ramp means turn 4 Zidane. Yes. Well, I would want to replace those then. I think you keep this for Ragavan. We will bolt this in and play Ragavan on turn 1. Draw. Swing Ragavan at somebody that's open. We'll assume that whatever we hit is not useful, but we will make a treasure. Nope. Missed. We will also have this tapped. 2 mana, not useful to us. All right, turn 3. We can start stealing. Or we just go trying. We might be able to still get him with a Ragavan attack. If we do, then that gives us 4 mana. I think we use a Vengeful Possession here. So we've stolen a creature. We will also discard and draw. I think here we'll pitch this and draw. Did not get that land. Draw. This is turn 4. This is gone. Struggle a little bit, but maybe we just needed to take something with more lands in it. Slicer on 3 seems good, even if we aren't doing a whole ton before that. Draw, tap land, draw. Command Tower, draw, Exotic Orchard, Slicer. Hit. Start passing this around. Turn 4. Get like Yes Man. Bounce a land. Zidane, pass Yes Man. Make a treasure. Start making a treasure with Slicer every turn. That's pretty solid. We'll do one more. Two lands, kind of slow. Okay, I'll keep this hand. So go Verge, turn Verge, and I'm going to cycle Oliphant to grab a mountain, and then we'll draw for turn. I will play a mountain. We'll go with the Hithlane Rope. Draw turn 3. We can do like Magda and pass this. Grab a plains. Maybe? I guess we're almost entirely mountains, but all right, so this is turn 4. Let's do the Vengeful Possession. We grab something, which means that we make a treasure. We then can discard and draw. Pitch this Primal Amulet, draw a card. Use our final mana to play a Stiltskin. Draw. Tough. Been a little mana starved this whole time. I think the last ones for me, I would cut like this Inspiring Statuary for just, you know, mana rock. The land count still does just seem a little low because our commander costs 5, and we want to be casting spells that are not well, like, they're not well costed because they're bad. So I would bump up your land count by like 2, and some more rocks. Like, Go-Go is a cool card, but I think that gets cut. Yeah, and we just go like, you know, add a land. Yeah. I hope that that helps some. There is the link for that deck. And if you want, here is the link for my quick build of it, which has, I think, is a little bit different of a focus than you, but still might be helpful. Grid. No, mana value. But now we have Diamond Dude's Codus the Fang Keeper. We get to deck tech both Kodai today. So 4 mana for a 2/1 indestructible, and when it deals combat damage to a player, you exile a top cards of their library equal to the damage you dealt. You can cast any of those spells that cost less than the damage that you dealt for free. So this works out really well as a Voltron Commander, which I believe is what Diamond Dude's build is. So let's see what we got first, and then we'll take a look. And Diamond Dude, do you have any particular like goals with this deck tech or anything? Let's see. Tameo can't cause you discard or sacrifice permanents. Now, this is important, and I'm glad you included it, because a common way to get around a Voltron commander that is indestructible or hexproof or something is an edict, something that makes everybody sacrifice a creature, and this says no, thank you. Only a couple creatures because we got the one that we need in the command zone. Let's see, word soup. We have some mana dorks. Cool. Attach an equipment. Yeah, okay. So I assume we'll have some equipment that we want to attach to Codus. Little way to pump them up. Witness Uro. Interesting. All right, and this is a fun interaction because whenever you cast one of your opponent's spells, you make a treasure, so you're helping to, like, because you're casting a bunch of spells from your opponent for free, ideally, and then having all of those also repay you back a treasure is really nice. Word soup. Make your Codus unblockable. Whirlwind Stormbrood. Cool. All right, unblockable stuff. Removal. Make it hit real hard. Cool. Okay, lots of ways to protect Codus will be important. Phase it out. Hexproof. A little light counterspell action. Okay, we have a campfire because we're planning ahead that our commander will be removed quickly. You have everything tagged. Oh, you know what? I should do this anyway. All right, so hold on. I need to duplicate this, include card tags, bring it over to our account. Okay. Thank you for letting me know that, because that helps us to organize a little bit. All right, so plenty of ways to pump up old Codus. We have Colossus Hammer, and we saw that there was at least one way to equip for free. Dragonfire Blade only costs 1 to equip and gives some extra protection. Nice. Cheap pump, protect, cheap pump. Yeah. Okay, let's see. All right, and this is a budget build, right? Like, this is aimed at this is $100, right? So any suggestions we make will have to fit within that budget. Yes, Colossification. Love it. Okay, couple extra outside ways to give evasion. Fun Game Ender World Slayer. Fun Game Ender. Funny game ender. Oh my god. I mean, yeah, destroy everything. You're left with World Slayer and Codis. I hope your opponents scoop after that, because they should, because you have effectively won the game. Okay. Man, Uro is budget. Wild. Recursion. All right, removal's a little light. Okay, so let's talk about this. I'm gonna switch back to type because that is how I like to process. So I have built this deck. I'm actually gonna, let me see if I can find it. I don't know if it's on this account. And none in here. Okay, so I don't have it. I don't think I have it here. I might not have put it on to Moxfield. The biggest thing for me is protecting Codis and getting in. The pumps are nice, but those are the things that you need to do to make this deck work. I am not confident that I could consistently protect Codis with this deck. So let me know, Diamond Dude, if you have felt otherwise. But I'd be pretty worried about my Codis. I would want a little bit more protection here. Lean really heavily on the indestructible. Cause like if that's been enough, that's fine. It's just it's tough for me in a world of Swords to Plowshares and, you know, lots of everybody's defaulting to exile removal. I would want, like, I don't know what good budget options are for this, but like Kai's Ghost Form, I guess that's a little pricey for what you're looking for. Royal Treatment gives hexproof and leaves behind a buff similar to Snakeskin Veil. And the buff continues to help to protect it. Yeah, I also like board wipes here. I think any ones that are comfortable that you're able to play are great. Like that is one of the first things I'm looking for if I have an indestructible commander. It's like, great. Kill everything. Yeah, I like Royal Treatment here, or any other similar effects. How much is Invigorate? That was my favorite. Like, that was one of my first ads for this deck when I was building it. 79 cents. Invigorate. If you control a forest, rather than pay its cost, you can have an opponent gain 3 life. Sure. I'll pay no mana and 3 life to get 4 more cards off the top and be able to cast 4 more mana value, like, for free. This card is very good for this deck. Move that to the sideboard. Also, we'll just make a list of stuff that we could add here. I'm trying to think, because I know Berserk was another one of my early ads, but that's not budget. That's like $15. Have you thought about Tyvar's stand for this? Even if you're replacing one of the other like indestructible hexproof effects, because this can be used two ways. Either one, you just hold up the 1 mana to be able to cast it for 0, for X equals 0 to protect. Or if you see an opportunity to hit somebody and you're fairly confident you're not going to get interacted with, this is also just, okay, dump all of my mana into this for the big pump. I like the flexibility there, that it can be used defensively or offensively. I'm trying to think of the Blossoming Defense as well. This is just really efficient for what your deck is doing. It has the hexproof option. You don't need the indestructible option, and it gives +2 all for 1 mana. What other? There's definitely other big big buffs that maybe are just like a little bit out of budget. I'm trying to remember. Like, is Might of Old Krosa? Yeah, here we go. 35 cents. Gets +2, or if you cast during main phase, +4. 1 mana +4 on at 4 budget. I think I want to say the other one is less budget. Vines of. Oh, but you have to kick this one anyway. Yeah, actually, I like that less. Ooh, Electman. Zurgo, Stormrender, or Shiko and Narset unified. I mean, I have built Zurgo, and I have stopped myself from building Shiko and Narset, so I'm happy with either. I think I'd probably have more for you for Shiko and Narset. Yeah, Vines of Vastwood was another one I was thinking of. This one's a little bit more, like, you're certainly not getting the value for it. There's probably better things to be spending your budget on, but it is 1 mana to protect your creature, or 2 mana to protect it and give +4. I want to say there's another, like, big buff that I'm forgetting. Oh, okay. So I'm going to give you this recommendation as well. Slip Out the Back is good, and you probably should just keep this in the deck, but what things that aren't Farewell does this not protect it from? Like, compare these two. Because the reason I point this out is, sure, you go to combat, you swing with Codis. It looks good. They're either open, or you've given it trample or something, and they go removal. If you slip out the back, you've saved Codis. You've put a counter on it, but you don't get anything out of that combat. If you shore up, you've protected Codis, it is buffed and still in combat. They just had a another like functional reprint of this as well in Final Fantasy, which we named Magic Diaper. Same thing. I like these better, even though there are some niche cases where if like they board wipe and minus, or yeah, if they board wipe and minus, or if they or yeah, board wipe and exile, slip out the back's a little bit better, but minus X wipes, yeah, those being the two things. If they're prevalent, then yeah, the slip out the back is better. But I do also like these as protection as well. What am I? I know, Rob, you were saying Ana Sanctuary, which I think is 3 mana, and because you have all the right colors, it'll give like a 6 boost or something. It's 5, yeah. Upkeep, if you control a black or blue permanent, it gets +1. If you control a blue and a black permanent, then it gets +5/+5. And so for a 3 mana investment, that's pretty solid. Also super budget. Background that gets +10. Yeah, they've got it raised by giants, which makes power and toughness 10. That's the one that I was thinking. I was like, right, it's not here. No. Because I was like, I couldn't think of it. I couldn't find it because it's not a plus technically. Scale up. 1 mana. Make the creature base power and toughness 6/4. Super budget friendly. That is essentially a +4 boost as well for 1 mana. Yes, I like the suggestion for Become Immense. That's great as well. What do I think of Teferi's Veil? Because that phases it out after combat, right? Yeah, creature you control attacks and phases out at end of combat. Yeah, I mean, like, I love random old cards, and this helps to keep Kotus out of danger. And it means you're not going to get like -X board wiped or farewelled. Also, Lion Umbra, does this needs to be modified creature? I was gonna say if this needs to be an enchanted creature, that's gonna be rough, but modified I think is fairly reasonable for what we've got here. So I also want to talk about what I would cut here. Have you found that Campfire is important here? Because you have a commander that is incredibly resilient and a lot of spells that protect your commander. Doesn't mean that your commander will never die. But this is not helpful to you until the second time that it dies. It gains life. Does that matter? I'm not spending 1 mana to gain 2 life. Shuffles your graveyard. I don't like. To me, playing this deck, I don't care about any of those things. If maybe in your local meta, those are effective against certain strategies or things, I would keep this in. But for me, this is an easy cut. I don't want to spend a mana to gain 2 life a turn. Oh, you're agreeing with me. Great. Yeah, this to me is an easy cut. What is the... Oh, there's another enchantment that I think I would be very happy with here. Audacity. Because Rancor is really good for this deck, and Audacity is close. For 1 mana, getting +2 and trample is really effective for this deck. So I would be running both of these. Is there a better thing than this? Also, I would cut Imprison in the Moon. This is not particularly effective. Like, it's just like, this is a lot. This is a lot to, like, for removal that could just be anything else. And I know that the upside of this is that it can shut down, like, a commander or something. How much is Song of the Dryad now? Still expensive. Okay, never mind. But, somewhat of a pet card. Then keep it. Then keep it. Then keep it. I love this here. Oh, how much? It's how this. This is a pet card of mine. This is Stonewood Invocation. It is 4 mana for +5/+5 and Shroud, but it has split second. Is it the best choice here? Not quite. The rate isn't incredible, but no one expects the Stonewood Invocation. So this was in my Codas deck. And if you wanted to give it a try, I highly recommend it. It's just a lot, and it ensures that you can't get wrecked by a minus. It ensures that you protect Codas, and it successfully gets Shroud before another player can respond. Like, because like sometimes what you'll do is you'll go like, great, I've got protection for Codas. Swing. One player will be like, we can't give them another free Codas like bunch of spells. Removal. You're like, cool. Snakeskin Veil. And another player's like, okay, now I will also use my removal. This is just shuts down that play altogether. I think Smoke Bomb is good here. I think these are a little pricey. No, they're not. Not at all. Yeah, so you flash it in as protection, and then you get an unblockable for a turn. Actually, I wish this rate was not so bad. But I think this would totally be acceptable as well. Have you found that you wanted Worn Power Stone here? Hot Soup deck. It's funny because it is actually kind of good here, but the Worn Power Stone, I assume, is here to help pay for some of these equip costs. Because it doesn't help to pay for our commander very well. if you don't find the squire. Because I think in general, I am lower on some of these equipment options than, I mean, if you all know me, I'm low on equipment in general, but I would be less focused on some of these. Like, you have the potential of the big Colossus Hammer play. That's cool. But, like, Rover Blades, that's expensive for Double Strike. That is expensive for Double Strike. Like, at least this gives vigilance. I don't really love this either. I think I'd want what there's like helm something, champion's helm. It gives +2 and hex. Oh, I definitely thought that this also gave some trample. Never mind. Yeah, but then you like Hero's Blade helps equip for free. Black Blade is a cheap equip for the amount of buff that you get. Goto's Maul gives trample if it's red. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. I liked this. I liked this. This was one that was in my Inquisitor's Flail. This is also a good card to have in your brain for a lot of decks that don't often have access to double damage. So Inquisitor's Flail, equipped creature would deal combat damage, deals double that damage instead. And then it also receives double damage, which does not matter at all because you've got an indestructible commander. So you're getting essentially double strike, but for a much better rate. Yeah. Also, do you know what else is budget now? Conqueror's Flail. Conqueror's Flail is a budget card. This is super affordable. And for Kotus gives +3/+3 because you know if it's on board you have 3 different colors among permanents you control, and then you can just not worry about getting interacted with. And there's many ways to be able to try and pull this off. It is either, yeah. It blows my mind that this is a budget card now. But it also makes me happy because I use this for some stuff. If you, yeah, the one other one that you might want to try here. This is new. I've played it a little bit and have had fun with it. It's Black Blade Reforged 2. Wrecking Ball Arm only costs 2 mana. Equipped creature has base power and toughness 7/7 and can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. And then it has the same equip to a legendary for 3. So this often makes your creature unblockable to one of the players on the board. somebody is like, I'm safe behind my wall of little chump blockers. But let's see, what are you all saying? Triggered ability doublers. If you can get a cheap one for this, but double damage is better for sure. But I don't. Are there any trigger doublers that are one, cheap in price, and two, cheap to get on the board? Because that is the only trigger doubler that we would be. This is the only trigger that we would be doubling. Felix 5 boots. I think he's cheap. But that's a hefty 5 mana. So like this works. I don't know that that's what I want. Like that's a big commitment of mana for one more Codas trigger. And it also means likely you are not pumping Codas or doing something like big with Codas on that turn. Roaming Throne would be, I mean, yeah, Roaming Throne would be better, but I still don't think it's quite worth it. Oh. Elect Man, thank you so much. We will add your deck to the lineup. Really appreciate it, everybody. It's been a good day of deck Tekken. Ooh, yes, to the Zergo list. I'm pumped. Okay. Codas. Oh, okay. This is starting to get out of budget range, but I think it's pretty reasonable now, and the card is just fantastic. It's where are you? Herd Heirloom has worked really well for me in every deck that I put it in. It helps you to cast Codas early because you can play this on 2, Codas on 3. And then you're consistently going to have Codas at least 4 power, but it is another source of being able to give it trample, and you get the additional bonus of drawing a card off of it too. Yeah. Elect Man, it should update if I refresh, so that'll work out. All right, I think my one last selection for suggestion for you for now, until I think of something else, is this old gal. Favor of the Overbeing. Thoughts on Strionic Resonator? I think it's this my same opinion on the doublers in general. I don't think they're worth it. I think it's just more worth it to use that mana to pump Codis to hold protection. That if you resolve one good Codis hit, you're in great shape. It doesn't need to be doubled. Like I think it's the single resolution with a decent power is what you're looking for. Yeah, here's Favor of the Overbeing. For 2 mana, you get a permanent +2 flying and vigilance. So not only you're making sure to get the damage through, you're also leaving it up as an indestructible blocker. Yeah, love this. I'll do one more once through with like some cuts that I would make. I don't know what this is doing here. It is like an okay deterrent from attacks, but like I don't know. It seems like not. It doesn't align with what the rest of the deck is trying to do. I would cut that. This guy, I would cut because it does a thing that's important to the deck, which is grant trample, but it means we have to get it into the graveyard first, and this deck doesn't have a way to conveniently do that. It means you have to pay 3 mana to put it on the board, get it to die, and then pay 2 mana to try and put a counter onto Codis. Hopefully adding the other stuff like Audacity and Herd Heirloom make up for that. Uro is fine, but I would want to spend my I would want to spend my budget on like other things. Even just like because even just another like more consistent ramp. Anything that is ramping me at 1 or 2 means I'm playing Codis early, but Uro ramping for 3 mana means I'm probably not playing Codis earlier than I would have been able to before. I don't know what the Whirling Stormbrood is for. And I think Whirler Rogue is too expensive for what it does for this deck. We don't need any creatures in this deck at all. We need no creatures in the deck. Yeah, I will cut this. I will cut this. I will cut Questing Beasts. Because you have a lot of good things that are doing everything else, and it's okay to put to focus all of your strategy into your commander. You just have to make sure Questing Beast is anti-fog. Do you need anti-fog in your meta? If you need the anti-fog, okay. There has to be better options than that, right? This will be hold on. So first of all, I would not feel the need to run these at all. I would, because you can take care of those by running counterspells. Just put a negate in, and that covers a lot more options than like it's both protection for Codis and stops fogs and stops board wipes. I would much rather just run a negate. But if you really want to run one, grab these before they get pricey, because I bet you that a standard deck arises with these in it, and then it will be harder to get. But I like this better than Questing Beast. Less mana investment, and fog protection, counter spell protection. Yeah. Cool. You're making me want to revisit my Codis deck. Say it's worth because you locked people with Shifting Woodlands and Glacial Chasm. Yeah, I mean, like we're in bracket 2 realistically with this deck. Moxfield is flagging World Slayer. I think this is a bracket 2 deck. I think it's a bracket 2 deck that you say World Slayer is in. Because while this can accomplish a mass land denial, it is harder to do it. And I think if this resolves, like if this ability resolves, then if your table is smart, they go, huh, you've won the game. Good job. Yeah, I like this deck. Like I said, it's making me want to revisit my Codis deck. And I like the idea of doing budget for this, because maybe that is what threw me off of my build that I didn't like, is because I didn't know where to put it, and I didn't know what restriction I wanted on it, because I was trying to do like hatred stuff. Cool. Well, we shall continue to Elecman's Zergo Stormrender deck. Let's give it the old duplicate. Okay, are these tagged? Yes, they are. All right. Oh, yes, the link. We should do that. Yeah, and Diamond Dude, that has, I believe, anything that we cut went to the sideboard. Or maybe, I don't know, I might have been inconsistent with that. But between the sideboard and the considering cards, you should have everything that we talked about. This card, people know that this card is good, and I still think that it's slept on. I think this is maybe the best Mardu commander that exists. It allows aggro to exist. It is really hard to stop. And even if you do, your opponent is left with so many cards in hand. Better than Caesar? Yes. Yeah. That one's easy for me. This is decidedly better than Caesar. In fact, I'm gonna do a quick look and see if I can think of. I'm just looking at top Mardu commanders. I mean, I guess stupid Edgar Markov. Tejada, maybe. Yeah. But yeah, this I think I think I would confidently say this is the second best Mardu commander ever made, after Edgar Markov. So yeah, let's recap on what this thing does. So for 3 mana, you get a 3/3 with mobilize 1. So when it swings, you make a tapped and attacking 1/1 that's sacrificed at the end step. And then whenever a creature token you control leaves the battlefield, draw a card if it was attacking. Otherwise, each opponent loses a life. So it makes combat so impossible, and it does it so fast. So we're gonna take a look at what's in this deck submitted by Elect Man, and then do you have any particular goals for this deck tech, Elect Man? We didn't really have a lot of that in our earlier ones, but sometimes people will be like, hey, I'm trying to like move this up a bracket, or hey, I'm having some trouble like closing out games. What do we think we can do about that? Or hey, I haven't updated this deck in like 3 sets. Is there anything to do with that? So I want everybody should always know. It should have been in the message. Ooh, that you can always do that. Let's see. The goal is to make an army of tokens, swing them out, sack them for triggers, and reload the next turn. Yes. Okay, that makes sense to me. Do you have any parts of that you feel like are not working well, or that you'd like to focus on, or is just more of an overall like checkup? So let's see. Yeah, War Leader's Call. Excellent. We know we're going to be going super wide with tokens, and this is just everything that this deck wants. Windcrag Siege. This is also this card is also great, because I assume we will have a lot of mobilize and similar triggers on attack, so we can double them with the first part. And Jeskai is reasonable. Like, you make a 1/1 with lifelink and haste every turn. If you have to, it's fine. Deck feels like it stalls out a ton to you. Like, you can't make the number of tokens that you want when you swing. Okay. We can definitely work on that. Actually, you know what? Give me 1 second. I think I still have my version of this, like, just sitting in a pile in my room. I'm gonna grab it. I was mistaken, and I have no idea where that deck is right now. But I have a build of it together currently. All right. Yeah, we get a lot of nice direct damage to face. Tremors is fine. Crackling Doom is reasonable here. Whenever an attacking creature you control dies, deals 2 damage to each opponent. Yeah. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Beginning your post-combat main, if you attacked with a creature this turn, exile the top. Okay, nice. So you get a little card advantage as well. Yeah, Garna here as like doubling down on drawing and pinging when stuff dies. Yeah, and within range, this card has done some serious work for me. So you get two creatures off of it, but you can sometimes just one-shot people with this, because the trigger, the way that it works, whenever you attack, each opponent loses life equal to the number of creatures attacking them. You just have this resolve last, so that all of your mobilize and everything else triggers first. So good. Counters. Oh, like putting counters onto it. Okay, sure. This is fine. I do want to point out something, because neither of these quite works as well as you would hope for a deck like this. Abzan, if you're putting a counter on each creature you control, a lot of those creatures die because they're mobilized creatures. So it's not that helpful. If you choose Mardu, something probably died in combat, but if something didn't, if you are relying on the creatures being sacrificed for mobilized end of turn, it doesn't work the way that you want it to, because this trigger has an intervening if, which the short version means if something did not die before your end step, this trigger never happens. So even a token like getting sacrificed at your end step does not, nothing will happen. So just be aware of that when you are playing, that that you need something to die before your end step for this trigger to go on the stack at all. All right. Yep. Drain is excellent here. Any iterations of this. Elisol Core would probably be really nice here. Since it has the drain effects, but also buffs your life total. Just didn't like keeping Caesar in it? Why? Caesar's very good in this deck. Caesar's very good in this deck. Greaves, sure. I don't. We'll have to see what creatures are in here, but I've been cutting Greaves for more and more of my decks. Greaves and Boots here. All right, Card Touchery. Skull Clamp is ridiculous in this deck. Being able to sacrifice a creature with Deadly Dispute is really good. Idol of Oblivion. I think this for me is an early, like, on the chopping block card, because our commander is really good at drawing cards, and all this does is draw a card, like draw a single card, and is not on a body that we can swing. One too many bad goldfishes. Yeah, I think he's totally worth it if you are not against him. Yeah, this Idol of Oblivion, I think, there are much better things you could do with your 2 mana, and you're not going to run out of cards. Yeah, like Mind Blade Render is a much better version of that kind of thing because it's on a body. Thrill. I'm not hot on these cards. You have the better version here anyway. I wouldn't be concerned about this kind of thing. And if I was, I want to again play it on something with bodies. There was like a there was one of these in the Lord of the Rings set, right? That makes creatures as well. I'm trying to remember. Do you all know what I'm talking about? It's like a red common. Maybe it costs more. Yeah, Quarrel's End, it does cost more. Yeah, I wouldn't run the 3-mana one. But I will put that away already. Yeah, Takashi's Welcome is another one where it's like this makes sense in this deck. But it's only drawing you one card. This card is stronger when you're able to play creatures on opponent's turns. But in this deck, it is just a 3-mana draw a card per turn. You've already got a much better one in the command zone. Yeah, these are cool. Protection. Yep, nice that you can equip this for 1. And like, so I like this better than like a Boots or Greaves or something because you get that extra boost. We are being aggressive. Reconnaissance, super busted card. Strike Leader, Death, Duty Beyond Death. I think I've talked about this before. This being a very underrated card, does a lot of work. Glad to see it here. Grand Crescendo. It's totally fine. I think you will find though that very often this deck just wants to commit almost all of its mana on its own turn. So other cards that do a similar thing like this are probably better. There's the one from Warhammer that's a little pricey. I don't remember the name of this, but that's like probably the better option for you. That's like 2 mana plus 1 to creatures of a certain type and indestructible. Oh, cool. Yeah, Diamond Dude, you'll have to let me know how games go with it. Nahiri's Machinations, so we're like indestructibling, what's his face? Zurgo. Okay. Ink Shield. Cut. I guess don't. It depends on who you're playing with. There's not a chance in hell that I am swinging out on the player that has 5 mana open. At best, I'm making a cautious attack. But also in this deck, I don't want to.
I had a story for you. I don't think you saw Monday's episode because I don't think you were there in the studio when it happened. Joe attacked me with a cactar and I ink shielded it.
I did. I don't remember if I was there or not in the room, but I did know that was the thing that happened.
You were
So
talking about it. So
cut ink shield. Yeah. It's like I said, it depends on who you're playing with. If you have someone who is foolish enough to swing into a player with 5 open mana, particularly one that has been known to run ink shield, then keep it. But for this deck, I don't want to hold 5 mana up. I really don't want to hold 5 mana up. So if you are an Inkshield lover, keep it. But this to me is high on my cut list. All right, cool. All of our tokens have Death Touch. Great. Some early ramp. Plunderer to convert off of stuff dying. Settle. Same thing for Settle. Is I don't want to hold up 4 mana that I didn't use to develop on my turn in case somebody swings at me. You have this does have the other option of using it on yourself, which I also don't really want, because you have to be you have to then like half swing. I'm just yeah, I'm not on board for Settle most of the time. All right, removal. Yeah, I mean, a lot of this is fine. Included to use on yourself. Yeah, I just like, I don't think that this deck cares. Yeah, not really many notes here. I think my one concern is you don't have a lot of ways to remove a specific creature that you want dead. Like, sometimes you just need a thing dead and you don't have a lot of options. And the only thing you have here that does it is Anguish and Unmaking, for sure. Tragic Slip is like closer because it's relatively easy to have had a creature died. Like, you just have to mobilize and you know it will die at the end of turn. But a Braid is low damage. Oh, there's Bitter Triumph in here too. Yeah, I think I would add this to my list. Okay. Sack outlets. See ya, Diamond Dude. Let me know how those games go. Okay, yep, sack outlet. All of these are very, very important for this deck. Tokens. Yeah, this card's such a good rate for this. Yeah, Loyal Apprentice, super underrated. Infantry Shield is stupid good here. Yep. Here, Blade Hole, love that. Here, Siege Gang Lieutenant, totally good. All right, and then lands. Mana base seems solid. Oh yeah, and you have Dalkavan Encampment here, which is the big one for synergizing. All right. This deck is cool. Let me show you something. This is missing one big piece that will this changes a lot here. So Zergo cares about creature tokens leaving the battlefield, right? What about Myriad. I'm trying to remember what the names of these cards are. What cards am I thinking of? Here, we'll start with I'm gonna, like, this card is overpriced, but just as an example. So Myriad. Do I have one with reminder text? Nope. Nope. Move. I can just do this. If I cannot type today, or really most days. All right. So with Myriad, whenever this creature attacks for each opponent other than the defending player, you make a token that is a copy of this creature that is tapped and attacking that player. Exile the tokens at end of combat. These trigger Zurgo. Because it makes creature tokens, they are attacking, and then when they get exiled at the end of turn, Zurgo just cares that they left the battlefield, and that is card draws, or that is card draw for you. And of course, if they die, like, you don't need a sack outlet. You don't need a sack outlet. Yeah, because, yeah, Zurgo says when a creature token you control leaves the battlefield, so the exile is fine. And they're exiled at the end of combat. So in the same way that you can do the bullshit with reconnaissance to be like, it's like, oh, remove an attacking creature you control from combat. And it's like, all right, it dealt damage. And then at the end of the combat step, I'll untap it. Yeah. So yeah, you should run Myriad stuff in this deck. I don't know if you were also under a budget for this, but like, Battle Angels of Tyr is very good. It is worse than it reads, but it still does a lot. But I would definitely be running some of the cheaper ones like Dalek Squadron. Null Warband I think is great here because it costs one less for each opponent who was dealt damage this turn, which is probably all of them in this deck. So it is a 3-mana 5/5 menace that makes that draws you 2 more cards every turn. Goldless Triad, Hammers of Moradin, all Iron Will Forger, excellent here. I would run all of these things, all of the affordable Myriad creatures, both in actual cash money and mana. Like Worms Crossing Patrol for 1 mana. For 1 mana, you get to make 2 extra tokens that, like, it's so good. It is so good. If you care to try it, I ran the Master Multiplied in it because the card is really cool. To keep your tokens around, it doesn't really matter that much because you usually are just grinding them up anyway yourself. But yeah, cards less than $10 if possible. I'm like absolutely on Worms Crossing Patrol, and Hammers of Moradin. Oops, because they help your combat. Iron Will Forager is really good, and it sounds like you already have these precons. No Warband is excellent for this. Survivors is pretty solid. I don't think it's a must include. I really like Dalek Squadron as well. Probably splurge. I say don't splurge on a Battle Angels because that card I think is only really worth it for this deck. It's just the words on it make it seem really good, and it's okay. The card is pretty okay. Yeah, rather grind them up mid combat. Yes. So then running like the other Zergo or Master Multiplied is not as important here. What else was I real hot on in this deck? Do you not have a Voice of Victory? Like, don't spend the money on it if you didn't get it, but if you do, that is the most efficient source of mobilize. 2 mana to mobilize 2 is just a really good rate. But it do be pricey because CEDH. Donkey Juice. Yes. Oh yeah, because I saw you saying, yeah, Jolly Balloon Man, like Kiki Jiki. All of those cards that make temporary copies are great in this deck. Yeah, Goblin Bombardment I think has gotten so many reprints that it is super budget now. Wow, it's still $5, but like, yeah, this is the best like sack outlet you could get for this deck, for sure. Yeah, and Ajani is pretty solid for this. Let me see. Yeah, this for sure. And Ajani is like, you make a token, you flip them over. I think like, yeah, this card is just generically very good, and if you wanted to include it here, it would be pretty solid. But I wouldn't be worried too much about like this being a must add for the deck. Yeah. For sure, Arabella, since you were saying you were having some trouble, like where it would be stalled, or you feel like you couldn't make enough tokens that you would want. This does just say, hey, the amount that I need to actually kill the table is significantly less. Like, definitely run this. This thing ends games. You will have to be careful with your Anthem effects to make sure that they're not bigger than 2s. But yes, this Arabella to me would be a must add for the deck. Yeah, I would definitely add Caesar back in. Ooh. God, this is such a cool card. This is such a cool card. You have to run this. Mardu Siegebreaker. This card's just so cool. Yeah, you absolutely run this card. This card is so good, so good. Because you're absorbing one of your creatures, and then every time that this attacks, which includes the turn it comes down since it has haste, it's making those token copies. So you're getting the benefits from Zergo, but it is insurance. Even like if they want to kill the Siegebreaker, you just get your creature back. Absolutely run that. That the card is excellent here. And like, think about the things that you could be duplicating. Like there are so many things that are really strong for that. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, you have like Zulaport Cutthroat. run Ellisal Core. So it's, creature enters under your control, or creature you control dies, each opponent loses a life. Great, that's Zulapur Cutthroat. Whenever creature control enters, you gain a life, which you are going to be doing constantly. Like, I like separating these abilities here. Also, the Ellisal Core itself is just a much better, you get the 2/2 Death Toucher. Delny, yes. That one is for sure pricey, but if you've got it, it's oh god, that's so expensive now. Never mind. But this card, if you've got it, is really really good in this deck. We're not gonna worry about it. Woo! Is there more Mobilize that we could be running in this? Yeah, the rest of the Mobilize are pretty weak. You could consider Dalkavan Pack Beast because Mobilize 3 is a lot. But it's just okay. And we added a bunch of the myriad creatures as well, which works really well. I know there's something else that I'm missing here that I'm thinking. We took a look to see if there were any other Mobilize abilities that would be good here, but I think you have the ones that are good, and that is enough. Okay. Oh, you know what? If you wanna give it a shot, because we cut that Baron Step Siege, the new hotness, you could run Sothera. So whenever a creature you control dies, each opponent chooses a creature they control and exiles it. And then if you run somebody out of creatures, then you get to put one of those creatures onto the battlefield. Hello, Gamer Sledge. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. We are currently deck teching a Zergo Stormrender deck. Yeah. I will say though, if you think you're going to keep the deck around for a while, this card probably drops in price significantly. I don't know. I just have that feeling for it. I don't know that this sees a lot of play. But yeah. All right, here's my hot take on this deck. And this is if you want to go with it, try it, try it. I would cut every rock in the deck. I would cut every single rock in this deck. That is what I did with mine. Didn't miss them. Because this deck, what it does best is overwhelm opponents very quickly. So this deck, I think, does better if you can go turn 1 creature, turn 2 creature, turn 3 Zergo, boom. If they tell you what you play instead, we flesh out our 1 and 2 drops. It honestly doesn't even matter that much. So I'm gonna move these out of the deck and fill in some of the slots, and then just give it a little test drive. So we need creatures specifically, or things that benefit our game plan at 1 and 2. So we added a couple here. Like the Voids of Victory would be really nice, but let's see if we can find some budgetier options. What was I running? I wish I had my actual deck. Let's see. Also, before I forget, you should be running a professional Facebreaker here. Card is super messed up. So good. So good. We've got 1, 2, 3. What else could we put at 1 that is reasonable for this deck? I need a... Yes. Oh, I also had a Neem Pakal in my deck. That card would be great. Commander, white, black, red, type, creature, mana value equals 1. Or, you know what, mana value less than 3. Sort by... Oh, okay, so, I mean, you could... I was running definitely Ragavan, but I think that card is still pricey, even though nobody's playing it anymore. Yeah, still pricey. I don't mind, like, Mother of Runes or Giver of Runes here as our 1 or 2 drop. Wow, Mother Rune's still $10. Rune probably also, yeah. But do we have any good, like, offensive options? Oh, Carrion Feeder, another free sack outlet. Because personally, I don't want to be spending more than 2 mana on my sack outlet, unless that sack outlet is named has altar in the name of it. So I would definitely have a Carrion Feeder here as a 1 mana drop. Let me see. Oh God, like, yeah, Marionette Apprentice at 2. Gives you 2 bodies, one of which is a token, and then whenever another creature you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, each opponent loses a life. Oh yeah, there's if you wanted to splurge a little bit, this card is just like the best that you can get for this kind of effect. Whenever another creature you control enters, it deals 1 damage to each opponent with the option to offspring. I thought tokens didn't trigger that. Didn't trigger Marionette Apprentice? They definitely do. Is that just if it says creature card? Correct. This one, because it doesn't specify creature card, means that tokens will work for it. Yeah. Bartolome is also another good sack outlet. Like I would run Bartolome and Carrion Feeder over Yahenni and what's its face, Woestrider. Woestrider gets a little bit of a buff because it can escape later on, but I would cut the Yahenni. Mm-hmm. Oh, this should be in the budget. Yeah, Guide of Souls. Creature enters the battlefield under your control. You gain a life and get a counter, and then pay 3 gain a life and get an energy, and then pay 3 energy to put 2 counters and a flying counter on something that's attacking. So like Zergo. Instigator alternative for the moment, sure. Um. Hmm. Oh wait. Oh. It's not. It doesn't do the same thing, but this should be in the deck anyway. Jacked Rabbit is super good. Even if you just play it for X is equal to 0, it'll attack and make a 1/1 rabbit. But then the more that you pump into it, the better it gets. So like let's just see how this thing runs with these adjustments. So we do a play test here. So we've removed all the rocks. We're just trying to curve out. We have a 2-drop. So we have Zealot into Zergo. And to follow that up, we have like Winged Crag Siege and Bats. I wish I had a 1-drop, but I think we keep this. We go. We want to be able to play the Zealot on 2. We'll play this tapped. Next turn, draw, play a Swamp and the Umbral Collar Zealot. On 3, we go Dragon Skull Summit, play Zergo. On 4, we go Chapel. I mean, also, we probably we smack somebody with a Zealot. Okay. We have some decisions to make. I think what we want to do here We play Windcrag Siege, and we double attack triggers. We swing Zergo, making 2 tokens. We either let them do their damage or run into things, but we sack them to draw cards. Drop a Guide of Souls. Yeah. Yeah. Also, have like the slip. The slip would have been reasonable to cast on turn 1, but we then have a mana open that could have been Guide of Souls, could be Tragic Slip. If we go like 1 more turn in, so this is turn 5. Let's see. What do I actually want out of this? I think I want enough to fly Zergo. So if I go Marionette Apprentice, make a servo, that's 2 triggers for Guide of Souls. We gain 2 life. We get 2 energy. We spend 1 more mana for Carrion Feeder. We still have a mana left. We go to combat. We put 2 counters and a flying counter on this. Double trigger. We can sacrifice creatures in combat. We're triggering Marionette Apprentice. How will the Surveil from Zealot interact with that draw? So you'd sacrifice it. The Surveil would go on the stack, and then the draw would happen before the Surveil. So like this setup going into, this is our turn 5. No ramp really needed. Because I'm really happy to play Zergo on turn 3. Because it's like, it's good, but who wants to spend their turn 3 just removing the commander that's not really doing anything at the moment? Yeah, so that's the big thing to consider, is you could drop... I think the deck is better dropping the rocks out of it and just playing more relevant spells on each of those turns. You don't have to get that crazy, but I recommend it. Wand of the World Soul. It's a mana rock, so I would say probably not, but forget what this is. 3 mana, enters tapped, pay 1. Next spell you cast this turn is Convoke. I don't think you need this. I think this is a trap for this deck. Because it's a 3 mana rock that comes into play tapped, so that is 3 dead mana for a turn, which is a huge loss of tempo for an aggro deck. And then, sure, we'll have a bunch of creatures, but the majority of them come into play tapped and attacking, so we can't use them to Convoke. And then we also don't have anything expensive. We're able to pretty honestly pay for everything that we've got. I wouldn't be worried about this. Hi, Squeeman. Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna check one other thing. So you got 37 lands here. That's pretty good. How much is... What's its face? Sokenzan. You definitely should have a Sokenzan in here, because it is an untapped red source that can also make 2 bodies. Let's see. I'm trying to think of other like budget options here. Castle Embreath. Afterlife Insurance. Does it also buff? Forget, because this is like the clue thing only set, right? Afterlife Insurance. Gain Afterlife 1 until end of turn and draw a card. I think it's reasonably playable here, but yeah, I think I don't want. I want to eliminate as many colorless pips as I can, especially like unless it can otherwise do it. I think your instinct there, Donkey Juice, is right. Yeah, I think those are the ones I would want that are budget, are Castle Embreth and Sokenzan. Cutting like I don't know. I'm not a Reflecting Pool fan because it's a bad land on turn 1, and your turn 1 here is really important. And I would not run Nomad Outpost or honestly Path of Ancestry here, because your untapped mana is super valuable. I would even like swap these for this too for more basics. What's the breakdown for this? Okay. Yeah, we do like one more test run here. Ooh. All right, so if we keep this, we draw, play a Sunbillow Verge and a Worms Crossing Patrol on 1. Draw. We play a Mountain. We swing in and ding people for some damage. And drop a Selfless Spirit. We may whiff on this if we don't draw a land here, but draw a land. Okay, yeah. So we have a tapped Shadow Snarl, but we still get to then play Greaves or Impact Tremors. What kind of deck would we put the Reflecting Pool into? I think I would put it into a deck that is not so concerned about its turn 1 or turn 2. You know, like it's good in like 5-color mid-range, 5-color control, something like that. Great Arishan City. I think that's fine in the deck. I like if you got one for sure, I would put that in. Yeah, our turn here. What do I want? I think the Impact Tremors is better to me, because Lightning Greaves telegraphs what you're gonna do, so people will hold removal for your commander. Draw. All right, so now on this turn we can go Surgo. Swing Worms Crossing Patrol. Make 2 creatures. Deal 2 damage to each opponent. Those will be exiled at end of combat. So we draw 2 cards. We play a land. Like, yeah, I like this. Master of Keys or Onyxia. Yeah, I think those are much better places for Reflecting Pool. Yeah. So here is the link to the deck. Yeah. This commander is so good. So good. I gotta find where my deck went. Because I built it as a challenge for myself, because it is very much not my style. Like, you know, like hold forward, full aggro, no blue, no ramp. And it has cleaned up. Okay. We've got about a half hour left. Yeah. Oh, Jolly Balloon Man, I would definitely, yes. That I recommend, because I think that's also really good for your budget. Yeah. I want to say I was running Kiki in it too, but that's the Kiki cards are a little less budget friendly. Yeah. See you, Elect Man. Thank you for submitting some fun decks for us. All right. We'll work on this as much as we're able to before the stream ends, but we are now brewing a Ghoul Caller Gisa deck. This will be used on decked out. So we are thinking, we usually play in bracket 2. Reason for that being, you all know that the game changers are good. And the reason they are game changers is because they tend to warp games around them. You will often win because of a game changer, even though because of what it allows you to do. We want to show you as many new and unique cards as possible. So bracket 2 works out best, we feel like, for that. So this will likely be a bracket 2 deck. You all already have some thoughts. I need to figure out what I want to do with this. If we take a look at the other, we have one other deck that's already in this pod. And that is Tifa. It's pretty straightforward. It's Tifa doing Tifa stuff. We're just trying to get a couple creatures with power 7 and bash our opponent's faces in. So we need to keep that in mind when we're building Gisa, that it can hang in that pod. Fluff, the actual difference between bracket 1 and bracket 2, or bracket 2 and bracket 3, is the technical difference is in bracket 3 you're allowed up to 3 game changers from the game changer card list. In bracket 2, none. I think there are some like slight rule changes on like extra turns and like number of tutors, but that's the general idea. Bracket 2 and bracket 3, if you a lot of people will make that distinction like, yeah, bracket 2 is like pre-con, and then bracket 3 is like where most people are. In reality, most people are in bracket 2. People forget that wizards designers make the pre-cons. And while they may be limited to what they can include in them, their deck building is worlds better than the average person. So everybody is in bracket 2. They just may be using bracket 3 cards. Squeeman, to answer your question is no, unfortunately. That is just a friend of mine who was coming to visit for the weekend that we went to the Ren Fair with. So what do we want to do with Gisa? Now, there is... Yeah, the bracket system. I think this is also why I say that that most people are in bracket 2, because bracket 3 mindset is a lot of people are like, oh wait, actually no, I don't want games like that. But yeah, it is more. It is less about power level and more about like what game experience that you're looking for. A very simple way that I will put it is how willing, how okay are you with maybe not doing anything relevant this game? The higher that you go up on the bracket, the higher you go up in the brackets, the more likely you are to not participate in that game because of the things that can happen in them. And that's not a bad thing, but it's just the power of the cards and the synergies and the intent is you may just get shut down. And that just won't happen in like bracket 1 or bracket 2. Yeah. I will be right back, everybody. All right, Gisa, what are we doing with you? I think we got to play with the new hotness. I saw a couple of you have mentioned this, like either now or before, while we were working on it. I don't know exactly how this is pronounced. Zoo-Effete, Shu-Effete. But yeah, you can return a creature from graveyard to battlefield. It has no abilities, but we don't care because we only care that its power is big to sacrifice to Gisa over and over and over again. Kami Turtle. Yes, we are building a Ghoul Caller Gisa deck to be played on Decked Out. We haven't quite figured out our direction yet, but I know we want to play this new hotness. I want to play the new Sidisi as well. It's this one? Yes. Sacrifice creature you control with mana value X other than Sidisi. Return a creature with mana value X +1 from your graveyard to the battlefield. I really like playing these two together. I think that is fun. Yeah. Yes, it is. It is. Reza stat brick is a very good way to put it. So I think we're looking for good big stat. Oh, there's the new the like the 4/1 for Sentry, right? Sentry, yeah. 4/1 for 1 mana. Perfect for this deck. Shadow Mortality, yeah. If this was in the command zone, I would include that in the deck. Meant to be Resurrect Aristocrat? I wouldn't say necessarily that it is. We're Gisa focused first. And this card just happens to work really well because it's like, oh great, sacrifice a creature to Gisa, return it to the battlefield for just the tap, where the only thing that we care about is power. Great. We probably end up with some aristocrat elements to it, for sure. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try and do this not zombies. Yeah, like we'll make a bunch of zombies with Gisa and maybe have some zombie synergies, but I'm gonna try not to. I want to play this new card too, Arch Enemy's Charm, just because like triple black pit, that's cool. Oh, if we're doing Gisa with new cards, we also have to do Bygone Colossus so that you can warp it in for 3 and then sack it to make 9 2/2s. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think we want like Ayara here. Again, triple black Pip is just cool, but we have a bunch of black zombie creatures entering, so that helps to do a big drain on all of our opponents. We'll just while I'm thinking about it, might as well add the essentials. Here's a Feed the Swarm. We'll do a Withering Torment. What else do I want? Ooh, give me a Rotting Regisaur. Yes. Rotting Regisaur or Phyrexian Soul Gorger? Yeah, 3 mana, 8/8. I think our goal for this deck will be get a very big value out of Gisa for a bunch of zombies and then go from there. Oh, okay, wait. And we will go Gravespawn, Sovereign, because then you can go sack a creature, make zombies. Tap 5 zombies, put that creature onto the battlefield. Haste Enabler, 5 mana 3/4 is a little fragile. I mean, sure, this probably is a deck that I'm okay with Lightning Greaves. Actually, you know what? I'm very okay with the Lightning Greaves in this deck because we have a lot of big creatures that we aren't keeping around for more than a turn. It means we can swing with these. Death Shadow, I don't think so. I think it's bad in Commander because it's dead for so long. Yeah, you know what? What does it look like? What are let's see. mana. Equal to or greater than. I don't know if this works. I'm trying a weird search on Moxfield or Scryfall right now. Does this work? Yes, it does. Okay, here's what I'm doing. I'll just add it to whoop. Add to the thing. Whatever. I just searched for everything that had at least triple black pip just to be like, all right, what's gonna be cool in this deck? Oh, let me do commander is black and legal in commander. Okay. Ooh. Phyrexian Obliterator. Like, it is also above rate on power and toughness. I'm gonna add it for the moment. Oh, that's why this is not working. This is, for some reason, in a different browser. But sure. Other things that have... I don't know why why this is what I'm working on right now, but that's where my mind is. I was like, oh, let me put some cool, like, mono black cards in. All right, here is your Doomsday Excruciator. I don't know. Mikaeus makes the cut. It's tricky. Mikaeus is really good. And so I have to be careful that I don't add in interactions that are outside of what the bracket we're playing in is. But we probably put Mikaeus in. Oh wait, and there's this new the Zodiarch. Each player sacrifices half the non-god creatures they control, rounded down. And when a player sacrifices another creature, put a counter on it. I want to play this card. Like, I think we probably are fine to put Mikaeus in. Excruciator. Are we? If it was cast, each player exiles all but the bottom 6 of the library face down. And then at your upkeep, you draw a card. Does this do anything for this deck at all? I don't care. It's going in the deck. What else? Oh, Archfiend, right? Archfiend of the Dross. That works, I'm pretty sure, the way that we want it to. 4 mana for 6/6. Upkeep, you remove a counter from it, and if it has no oil counters, at that point, you lose the game. But if you sacrifice it, then you're fine. So that is great. Abyssal Persecutor. Yeah, that's fun. I'm on board with that. Nadir getting too cute. Maybe. Because it's not getting big until those tokens leave. I think your instinct was right. It may be a little too cute. I think Micaias is fine here. I'll reassess later. Oh, we could run Sibsig Ceremony in this because you can play the creature. The Sibsig trigger goes on the stack. You sacrifice it to Gisa, and you still make a 2/2 zombie. That might be too cute. I will, but we'll think about that in a moment. Requiem. Requiem? What? Requiem what? Not this one. Requiem Monolith? What does this do for this? Target creature gains when this creature is dealt damage, you draw that many cards and lose that much life. I don't know that that does anything for this deck. Card is cool, but how many humans are in the deck? Oh yeah. I think that's okay, but I don't know that. Torgar. Oh, right, because we can sacrifice a bunch of stuff. I think you work, right? Sacrifice any number of creatures and cost 2 less for each one. And then, yeah. Definitely on board with that. Let me go back to my triple black pip thing. Phylactery Lich. Triple black. That's cool. And allows us to go... It gives us a way to protect an artifact. Meh. I'll think about that later. I mean, I imagine we'll be running, mana rocks and stuff. Phyrexian Dreadnought. We're not gonna Phyrexian Dreadnought. That I think is too much for this. Ebb and Death. I think I like that suggestion for this power level because it's 5 power for 4, and then we can keep doing. I think. Oh, we do know. We have to run Grey Merchant here because of what I had started, which was put a bunch of heavily black pip cards in the deck. Hmm. I think this is a really good start. I like the direction that we kind of went with this. Just getting like a huge Gisa activation and then kind of playing it by ear from there, playing some ridiculously like specific mono black only cards. And even stuff with like significant downsides since we know that we can sacrifice them later. I'm on board with this. Yeah, I'll be able to expand on this, but I like the direction that we're going in. But it is the end of the stream for today. So I'm going to find a good place. Somebody to raid. Who is on right now? We'll send you over to a good friend. All right, everybody. Thank you. We had some really cool decks that we got to tech today, and we got started on this Ghoul Caller Gisa deck for Decked Out. So you know what to do. If you have not followed us already, do so. And we should be streaming here pretty much every day from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. PST. Check out those sponsors if you haven't seen already. I'm wearing a GGT myself. Lots of very comfy and funny magic sayings on all of them. But for now, I shall see you later.